Distinguished guests, good morning.
Ortak, Tarih ve Kültür mirası çerçevesinde Yemen Sempozyumunun
Welcome
bugünkü
to our symposium on shared culture and shared history in Yemen, and this is our third session. In recent years, due to the developments around the world and in Yemen, we have been away from this region. On the other hand, we have historical relations with Yemen that date back to 500 years ago, and organizing a meeting on Yemen is a success for me because we live together in an Islamic land for centuries, and the Ottoman troops arrived in the Red Sea about 500 years ago, and they went to Yemen, which had a strategic importance, and their purpose was to protect the Red Sea and the lands of Yemen against other forces. Back then, Yemen was ruled by the Mamluki state. I need to highlight this because it's generally considered that Ottomans went to Yemen after the Egyptian invasion in Yemen, but it was after the Mamluki invasion in Yemen and upon the call of the actors in Yemen, the Ottoman state built ports there, and to eliminate the danger coming from the Portuguese troops, the Ottomans waged important wars in that region, in the Red Sea. The Jeddah defense was a success by the Ottoman state, and the Portuguese army could not make it to the land in Jeddah. They lost many of their warships and they had to go back. And that process starts in 1510. The Ottoman troops arrived in the Red Sea, and it was also the time when the Indian Muslim Emirates demanded the Ottomans to go there because they did not have such armies, so they wanted help from the Ottomans. So 1 year before the Egyptians invaded Yemen, Ottomans were already there. So they existed there for centuries, and Nejat Sayem will be telling us about the perception of the Turkish image in Yemen. She is also an Ottoman Turk living in Yemen. She is a colleague who is a member of that big family. She currently resides in Istanbul, as far as I know.
Portekiz'e karşı mücadelelerde gerekse
during our wars against Portugal and during our efforts to reinstate security and to mitigate the threats from the outside, the Ottomans built military barracks and military posts in Yemen. I wrote an article in the Islamic Encyclopedia about Yemen. I put a great amount of work in that. And as far as I know, many Ottoman beys lost their lives in the lands of Yemen. Many Ottoman troops and top and senior military officials lost their lives in Yemen. So we know that Yemen is like a homeland for the Turks. There are the mosques, hospitals, and schools built by the Ottomans. Yesterday, the colleagues told us about those. And taking this opportunity, we need to remember that the relationship between Turkey and Yemen is not an ordinary relationship. The distance is vast. Sometimes it is so vast that the Ottomans tended to forget Yemen, maybe until the recent times of the Ottoman Empire. These relationships were sustained even after the Mondros Agreement that was signed at the end of the World War I. The Ottoman Pashas in Yemen and the Yemeni officials hugged each other and started an alliance against Britain because of that centuries-old relationship. So our relationship is so old, so well-rooted, and so mutual. Many years ago, a journalist in Turkey conducted a research, and he says that today there are 20,000 descendants of Ottoman families in Yemen. This is a big number. I think Nejat Hanım will be telling us about that as well. I think this is enough for an introduction. I don't want to take more of the time of my colleagues. Maybe this will start a new discussion. Recently, there was a symposium in Uşak about Yemen, then another symposium in Istanbul University, but the war had already started in Yemen, so only some of the colleagues in Yemen were able to participate. They shared their presentations, but it was supposed to be a very comprehensive symposium. And in 2007, we went there for a symposium. That's when we met with Nejat Hanım. She is a really friendly. She gave us a very friendly welcome, and in 2011, we went there for a symposium, and today there is a strong relationship between Yemen and Turkey. Yemen used to be a part of the Ottoman lands, and it had a significant role in the cultural life, and there was a lot that was shared in many areas. Now we will be listening to Nejat Hanım. She will be talking about the image of the Turks in Yemen. As an insider, she has studied this. She has made observations about this. So the floor is yours. Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. If you allow me, I will be speaking in Arabic.
بداية أشكر جامعة إسطنبول وكل القائمين على تنظيم هذا المؤتمر.
I would like to thank Istanbul University and the organizers for inviting me to this event. We are really pleased to participate in this conference, and the historical relationship between Yemen and Turkey is a very important shared history. As far as I know, there have been 4 or 5 scientific conferences looking at the relationship between Turkey and Yemen. I hope we will be seeing more of these conferences in the future. As you know, the academic studies looking at the relationship between Turkey and Yemen are not at the desired level. Our colleagues and academics from Turkey and Yemen should come together and build better relationships. So I hope they come together and discuss these issues more. Personally, I am really interested in this subject. The relationship between Turkey and Yemen is a personal area of interest for me, and I also study the region as well because I have a relationship with the Turkish culture and the Yemeni culture. So, without resorting to extremism, we need to look at the relationships as they are. And the existence of the Ottoman state in Yemen cannot be fully considered a positive thing or a negative thing, because there are negative and positive aspects in every era. We'll be speaking about the image of the Turks in the popular culture of Yemen, and the geographical and political aspects of the Ottoman rule in Yemen is often discussed, but the image of the Turks in Yemen, I will be focusing on that because there aren't many scientific discussions about this topic. Can I please share my screen and show my slides?
Acaba bir imkanımız var mı? Nasıl yapıyoruz onu?
Bilmiyorum. Çünkü burada kapalı.
Abdullah Bey.
Ben gönderdim Abdullah Bey.
Normalde galiba ekran paylaşma izni verilmesi gerekiyor.
Evet, evet.
Onu nasıl yapacağız bakalım ya.
Efendim hocam buradayım. Ben şimdi ilgililer de zaten buradalar. Onun şeyi kapatsınlar, ben söyleyeyim. O Sebla küçük mü? Oradan mı ses geliyor acaba? Sayın hocam.
Technical team is trying to solve this problem so that Najat Sayem can share her screen.
Şu anda oturumun içerisindeler. Duyuyorlar bizi.
Peki, o zaman bekliyoruz. Onlar bu PowerPoint'i açma izni versinler. Olur mu?
Evet, o Sebla Küçük denilen yerden ses geldi.
Eğer buradan benim yapabileceğim bir şey varsa bana tarif etsinler, ben yapayım.
Hocam aynı şeyden bahsetmiyor olabilir miyiz? Sanki Abdullah hocam bir ses problemi var gibi anladı diye geldi bana. Biz bir paylaşım yapmak istiyoruz.
Şu anda hocam, Muharrem hocam siz mi? Hilmi hocam konuşuyorsunuz.
Hayır, Necat hocam konuşuyor.
Aha.
Abdullah Bey şu anda ekranda
Efendim?
bir paylaşım yapacak Necat Saime Hanım.
Şu anda merhabalar. Şu anda izni verdim.
Tamam.
Evet, farklı bir tamam. Farklı bir ses geldi diye anladım ben Necat hocamın
Tamam.
Tamam hocam.
Necat Hanım.
Efendim, şimdi
gösterebilirsiniz.
Nejat Hanım, you may share your screen now.
Geldi mi? Hocam?
Şu anda ekranda görünüyor ama herhangi bir yere tıklamadınız.
Bilmiyorum nasıl.
آه،
هل فتحت الصورة أم لا؟
لا لو سمحتي الدكتورة نجاة أنا زكريا افتح الملف أولا على الطاولة بعدين أعمل
مشاركة.
أيوة.
We cannot see your screen now. You need to first open the file on your computer and then start sharing screen.
كيف دكتور زكريا الآن أنا فتحت الملف
خليك
على
شوف.
الطاولة.
إذا فتحت على الطاولة بعدين نروح إلى الشير ومن هنا خلاص.
I have opened the file now. Yes, we can see your slides now. Could you please make it full screen?
مبروك تمام.
مثل ما قلت صورة الأتراك في الثقافة.
As I mentioned earlier, I will be speaking about the image of Turks in the popular culture of Yemen.
أنا دائما أعرض هذا الصورة يعني دائما أقول أن اليمن وتركيا حتى في الاسم.
First of all, I would like to share this illustration. This is the English, this is the combination of the English names of the two countries, and this is how I see myself, half Turkish, half Yemeni. In the Holy Quran, Allah says, "O humans, I created you from one person as men and women, and you should know that the most valuable of you is the most faithful of you. Allah knows everything." Some people ask, why did the Turks come to Yemen? From this verse from the Quran, we understand that Allah says we created humans so that they can get to know each other. And we know that even today, there are important cultural, historical, economic, and social relationship between Turkey and Yemen. They have a significant shared heritage. And these relationships started in 1538. And the friendly and social and other kinds of relationships that were built between Turkey and Yemen were very important. And to understand the people and the societies, people and societies should have social, political, and economic relationships with others. Scientists and philosophers say that these relationships between the societies are very normal. Of course, there can be some folkloric elements or artistic elements which help these societies interact with each other, and there can be religious rituals and other kinds of relationships, or there can be a shared cuisine or shared music, and they can come together and influence each other via these elements. And as I mentioned earlier, I'm personally interested in this subject because I am a Yemeni, but I have Turkish ancestors, so I come from both cultures. So I try to understand how these two societies look at each other. I know how they think of each other. I'm familiar with the Turkish culture and the Yemeni culture. So in my study, I focus on the shared culture and shared elements in these two societies. And of course, there are very few publications about this subject. So there are very few scientific studies about this subject. In the scope, my study can be considered as a first step towards digging deeper into this subject, and my research can be further improved as well. As you know, there are the Darb al-Masal, the proverbs, which described our relationships with others, or the relationship between individuals or societies. So in the proverbs of Yemen, the Turks are often praised, and there are positive implications about the Turks. In the popular culture of Egypt, generally, there are when we look at the proverbs related to society or politics, such as the stories of proverbs, sometimes there are some negative implications about the Turks, but in cultural terms, there are always positive implications. And now, when we look at these proverbs, there is one saying that has been used for a long time. It says, "Leave the Turks and they will leave you too. If they love you, they will serve you. And if they don't like you, they will kill you." This is a proverb in Yemen. I apologize from the interpreters because some of these proverbs are used in a local dialect. I consulted some of my colleagues about the meaning of these proverbs. Some said this proverb is based on a hadith of the Prophet Muhammad. And of course, this hadith describes the relationships between the Turks and Arabs before Islam, but it says if Turks love someone, they serve them, but if they don't like them, they will kill them. So there are both positive and negative connotations about Turkey, about the Turks. And there is another proverb which goes like, Abdullah al-Baraduni told a story about this proverb, actually. He was an elderly person in Yemen. When Ahmed Fevzi Pasha arrived in Yemen, Sultan Butayhi arrested him and he arrested Sultan Butayhi, and the people of Yemen really appreciated this act of the Turks because there was
والمثل الآخر مذكور جي يموت جيء سبب
because there was some oppression at that time. And
يعني هذا المثل مرتبط ب
here we have another proverb which also speaks about the Turks. Those who were wounded during the war were awarded, and 3 people went to a government clerk, a public clerk, and he wrote down the names of the wounded men, and the 3rd one did not give his name, but he insisted on getting a kind of award from the government, and he was told
أيضا المثل الآخر اهرب يشلوك.
The public clerk said to him, "You are trying to fool us." Another proverb says, "Run away, the Turks may catch you." And this is about the military recruitment process at that time, which was imposed by the government, because at that time the government wanted to recruit some of the Yemenis into the army, and so we can say this is a negative connotation.
فقال أين السلاح هذولا أي
And in another proverb, there is an unarmed group, and the governor asks, "Where are your arms? Where are your weapons?" And the group said, the people there told the governor that these people are the stranglers because they strangle people. Because at a military meeting, there was a group, there was an unarmed group. They asked, why don't they have any weapons? And the other people said, this group uses their hands to strangle their strangle their enemies. So when we look at the stories in Yemen, and when we look at the image of the Turks in these stories, so a person is walking on the streets of, the governor was walking on the streets of Yemen, and a stone fell from one of the roofs, and the governor was wounded. People were worried because they thought the governor was dead. And Recep Efendi, a Turk, came and said the governor was not dead. And when they asked the assistant of the governor, he said this governor will be a sultan. And when this governor became the sultan, this story was written. So it was true that the person who was wounded was going to be the sultan. And in this story of Barodi, the Turkish existence in Yemen is seen as an occupation, but he also tells a story about this.
It is
called Vesila.
There is a person called Vesila, a hero, and in the palaces of the sultans,
he wrote about
are explaining the incidents in the palaces of the sultans. And then there's another story,
and
in the
he
Turkish
also told a
hammams
story from
Sana,
a Turkish bath in
and
Yemen.
Baraduli,
And
based on this, says that this story
says
has been
these stories happened during the rule of the Turks, but he doesn't exactly say when those incidents happened.
There is a public culture, there's a folk culture in Yemen. This is called the Zabami culture, And the meaning is zamil mifret is the singular, zawamil is the plural, and this is in the poetic style and the Yemeni tribes, certain Arabic tribes, and their poetic tradition, their poetry tradition. And this poem is citing the warriors. As you can see in the screen, the warriors cite this poem all together. And Baraduni says, during the wars and clashes with the Turks, such poems were cited. And this poem was cited. It was to encourage and to motivate the warriors during the fights, the battles. And this is a tradition that continues among other tribes as well. And Baraduni says, this method was a tradition that was already prevailing during the times of the Turkish rule as well. And this poem says, the people that were citing this poem said, Turks, on behalf of the Turks coming here, between us and the Yemenis, because of a clash or an incident that took place in the Shiara region, they were making a reference in this poem, and it was talking about the issues between the Turks and the Yemenis. And another is the Temashia Ramadan, that is during Ramadan nights, children go out on the streets and they cite religious songs, and it is to praise the times of Ramadan, and they say, "Oh night, may our night be blessed by Allah." And Baraduni says that this Tamasiya culture, which is the Ramadan culture, Ramadan nights culture, says that Turks are referred to in these poems and as well. And this is some of the incidents where there were negative connotations associated with Turks. This girl, so with the Yemeni, this is a Yemeni dialect, and it is an entirely local dialect that is used in Sana, a girl called Jada, and they say her uncle didn't allow that girl to get married or didn't set her free as well, or maybe he married her off to a Turkish person. So may Allah not be happy with him because the husband gave her burdens that she's unable to bear. And this is a negative connotation and association with Turks in that poem. There's another poem. These are the harvest songs. And when the crops are being harvested, they also sing various songs. And these farmers that you see on the screen and similar ones, they sing these songs when the harvest season begins in the rural areas of Yemen. And it is again to motivate and to provide incentive for the farm workers and the farmers. And one of the sentences uttered there, when Baraduni explains those sentences, he says, Turks after Turks left Yemen, 20 years later, this is a discourse that was said, and I think the interpreters might have difficulty because it's a local dialect, but I'm going to try to explain it to the best of my ability. Today is the day of the pashas with big bellies, is the lyrics, as the lyrics go. Which means Baraduni, the sentences that are used when Baraduni explains that the lyrics to these songs it is referring to the occupation and invasion by Turks, and based on some military terminology, they are describing the uniforms, the military uniforms. So the military uniforms are symbolized, and the harvest, the physical harvest, is associated with the metaphorical harvest by the Turkish military, with the symbols used. So in a sense, the harvest is resembled to the negative connotations and acts by Turkish soldiers. And in the people's poetry, there is a poet called Alkara, and he has several poems describing and depicting Turks in a negative way. It says, for instance, there's a phrase that says, "Ah mina Turk." Ah means like, oh, I'm in despair. It's an exclamation. It says in the local dialect, they say Turks are involved or engaged in unnecessary, minute details. So in a sense, it says they are micromanaging. So this, we see the image of the Turks in the songs and poems. The Sanash music has inspired many geographies in the world. And there's a poet called Sharafuddin. He talks about the beauty of the Turkish people. It's a famous song, the Yemen society. Mohammed Nashi, it's another artist, and they're referring to these Circassians in that song. And in many folk songs, Turks are depicted, Turks are depicted through the Circassian people. So when you say Circassian in Yemeni, people understand Turks. So they say, "Oh, Circassians, or the protector of our lands. You are the protectors of the lands, and your eyes are like cannons, steel cannons." This is referring to the beauty of the Turks, and they are depicted in a positive way. It could either be male, it could be referring to handsome males or beautiful women. They say they are coming, their origins are Turkish, and that's also a positive association. But overall, in the social life, we generally see the public's perception on the Turks. It's a positive association. And so during the course of a few minutes, I try to describe the positive associations. There are instances where the rare occasion is when we see the negative associations, but the general negative perception was in the political sense and the military sense. But other than that, the perception and the image in the social life is that Yemenis have a positive regard and they view Turks in a positive way. and the image is good, and they regard the Turkish people and the Turkish culture in a positive way. You know, I could have explained many other things. You know, there are so many details, but during the brief time I had, this is all I was able to explain to you. And thank you, everyone. Thank you very much, Dr. Nejat Sayem. Indeed, it was a very comprehensive explanation that you gave on the Turkish image, Turkish culture. You got prepared real well, and she was able to convey only a little part of it to us. And most probably, it's a topic that could require a lot of work on it. So we see that there's a Turkish culture, a Turkish image that has entered folk stories, folk songs, and anecdotes, and stories, and sayings, and proverbs. Even there are all the way to certain practices in agricultural activities and crop harvesting. We see joint efforts. I hope you develop these topics, these methods, these studies, and I hope you will convert them into an article so that people can read it. And one of the most important issues is which words have made their way into Arabic from Turkish, and for what purposes are they used. So perhaps she can compile them. And she's living in the Turkish society, and she knows that. She talked about daily life, and I'm sure that she's going to expand on that. And Yemen, as much as we can say that it has become her nation, and we have joined alive for over 500 years. So we gave her time with tolerance, because she's our guest and she's our representative in Yemen. And now I'm going to move on to the second speech by Mr. Hilmi Öze from Istanbul University, and he's going to talk about a more current issue, and he's going to talk about the effect of the Iranian and Saudi Arabia competition on the Yemen crisis. So perhaps this is one of the topics that will be discussed the most today. So what this competition through Yemen had cost everyone. We're going to listen to Mr. Hilmi. Thank you. I hope you can see me and hear me fine. It's great, and we can see your PowerPoint presentation on the screen as well. So please go ahead. Thank you very much, dear professor. First, I would like to thank the organizers of this meeting, and I would like to thank everyone that made this meeting possible. First of all, the head of our Grand National Assembly and the university administrations. As you have aptly said, the Saudi Arabia competition on the Yemen issue is a very recent issue, starting from the year 2000s. We can say that it has been marked by the year starting from the year 2000, because before that, Yemen and Saudi relations were both of them were Western alliances. So there wasn't that much of an enmity between the two states, and it was a somewhat amicable competition. But after the revolution, we see that this competition transformed into animosity and enmity. So let's take a look in the historical background briefly. The two states, as we have said, were formed under or in the framework they were allowed by the Western influence. So at least from a starting standpoint, leading with the UK. They were under the influence of the Western influence. They were countries that existed as allowed by the, or to the extent allowed by the Western influence. So their relations were amicable. But when the UK withdrew its military presence in the region and coupled with the oil crisis of 1973, and when there was a significant increase in the oil revenues, in order to fill the power gap, two oil-rich countries' competition got stronger, and both nations were seeking to capture the regional hegemony, and they were in an effort to be the protector of the region, to be the great protector. And in the Persian Gulf or in areas like Bahrain, there were serious conflicts, as we have noted, between Iran and Saudi Arabia, and also Saudi Arabia among the small nations which Saudis saw as the protector of which. And during these periods, Yemen is still the backyard of Saudi Arabia, and it is regarded as the backyard of Saudi Arabia, and it is regarded as a remote area for Iran. They do have certain relations, but we don't see any efforts to create an area of influence yet. And after the Iran Islamic Revolution of 1979, we see that Iran is trying to be more influential in Yemen. And here, of course, we see the ideology of the Islamic Revolution, as well as the animosity and enmity relations. It is to occupy or even to annihilate them, or to change their existing regimes. This was the attempt. And they were almost constituting an issue of survival towards each other. And from a standpoint of Saudi Arabia, the revolution and the Shiite ideology is an issue of survival, because Iran's discourse is directly threatening the survival of the monarchy regimes. And from the Iranian standpoint, this is an instrument of holding on to the regional policies and making influence, because it is under the US influence, and because of the military presence in the region, the relations between the West and Iran are directly affecting the relations and poisoning the relations between Saudi Arabia and Iran. And in 1987, the Iranian Hajjis and Saudi pilgrims and the Saudi Arabia security forces had clashes, and the diplomatic relations were severed. And the diplomatic relations were re-established and reinstated by 1991. Iran's efforts to spread the revolution also brought along its efforts to create an influence on the Houthis in Yemen and certain social groups. But in the struggle against Qutbism, they worked together in the past. But starting from 1990s, the Houthis and along with the other internal developments, communism being wiped out, to Yemen's merging together. So Houthis are getting away from Saudi Arabia, and they are going under the influence of Iran. And Iran's influence is not on the Houthis only, but also Iran is in an effort to develop close relations with other actors in Yemen, using Shiite ideology as well as the using the social division and divide in Yemen in its favor. So we see its efforts to expand and spread its influence into Yemen. After the Iran Islamic Revolution, the Saudi-Iran relations, we always think that they are proceeding in a negative way. In the overall sense, it could be correct, this thought, but when interests coincide, or when the regional developments or the internal dynamics of the countries force it, we can see that the two countries can diverge closer. For instance, the era between 1991 and 2001 is an era of such nature. So during the Gulf War or during the occupation of Kuwait, the neutral stance of Iran helped reinstate the diplomatic relations between the two states, and also Saudis, Al-Qaeda was still blossoming back then. It was a newly beginning organization. And because Al-Qaeda couldn't see US by its side the way it desired, and the fact that a liberal person like Hatemi, being the president in Iran, brought about a divergence of the two countries, and there was a security cooperation agreement which crowned this in the year 2001. But as we all know, 9/11 incidents, the occupation of Iraq, all caused Iran to emerge once again as a threat in the eyes of Saudi Arabia. And the Arab riots of 2010, Iran regarded this as an opportunity, as a continuation of the Iranian revolution. But again, it was an issue of survival for Saudi Arabia, because they regard riots as a survival issue. And Iran supporting all the riots, at least at a discourse level, caused more tension in the Iranian-Saudi Arabian relations. And in the year 2016, Shiites guy Al-Nimr was executed, which again severed the diplomatic relations between Iran and Saudi Arabia. And until the present, the diplomatic relations are detached. But in 2001 spring, Iraq mediated, and Al-Kazimi led certain meetings in Baghdad as it appeared in the press. So the two countries, as required by the conjuncture that we are in, to develop their relations, to enhance their relations, and to adapt to the new situation, they are starting their contacts again. And we see that they are demonstrating a will to initiate their contacts once again. And the relations and the competition between the two countries, at certain times, it has sometimes indirect, but mostly direct effects on Yemen. And what are the basic components of this competition? When we look at it, we see that this is not only at an ideological level, not only at the Shiite ideology or on a Salafi Wahhabi ideology. This is not a competition based on that, because when we look at the academic literature, it is mostly there's a tendency to simply explain it based on the Shiite Wahhabi conflicts. But both Saudi Arabia and Iran, as a result, they are both nation states, and both of them have national interests, even though there are serious and significant differences, because in terms of state experience, Iran is stronger compared to Saudi Arabia. But on the other hand, Saudi Arabia has, up until now, was not able to demonstrate the character of being a state on its own. There's a very high US influence. And when there are signs of the US influence disappearing, United Arab Emirates and Israeli actors can take it under its direction, as we see the state administration. So when it's left to its own, Saudi Arabia, how it's going to develop its own interests and its regional interests. It's an area where it doesn't have serious and significant experiences in that regard. So the tension and the competition's root cause cannot simply be explained with an ideologic competition between Shiites and Wahhabis. And in this competition, from time to time, we see that it has been instrumentalized, even if it appears like a means expanding Salafism, but most of the time, these are instruments for the two states to fulfill their means, and these relations, we see it on the so-called chessboard in the region, and it impacts and affects the regional relations and dynamics, which is reflected in the Yemeni relations. The global and the national strategies and policies play a big role. Iran and Western countries' relations, as well as Saudi Arabia taking part in the Western alliance and allegiance, but the fact that it is nevertheless going through problematic times in that alliance at times, this has an effect in Iran-Saudi Arabia competition, as well as this competition playing a role and having significant repercussions on the internal developments inside Yemen. And Saudi Arabia, for Iran, the fact that it's a Western ally of Saudi Arabia is a serious threat, because they regard it as an agent of Western areas, and they regard it as an entity that needs to be occupied, as an actor that needs to be occupied, controlled, and that needs to change its regime. But Saudi Arabia regards them as a threat for their own regime security. So this causes a dilemma. There's a mutual armament, and there's a strengthening regional activities. So this causes them to develop irrational policies that is much beyond their capacities, that is causing them to undertake burdens. Both countries, Saudi Arabia's unproportional arms spending, and Iran's, even though it is economically very going through difficulties, they are transferring funds. So these are the fruits of those irrational policies. The situation forces their hand to act irrationally. And one of the countries that is most affected by this competition is Yemen, and the structure of the Yemeni society is impacted a lot by this, because the structure of the Yemeni society and the political circles that is in line with the structure is not developed, because Yemen has several diverse components in itself, but nevertheless, it can be held within a state with rule of law, but such a state nation couldn't have been, such a state tradition couldn't have been developed. So rather than the Yemeni states, people feel their belonging to other social groups. So the sub-identities are strengthened, and the identity provided by the state is weakened. So in this regard, Yemen becomes a play field, a game field. And on the other hand, because the Yemeni society is fragmented, it becomes their playing field, the other nations. But both the regional forces and the global forces, because of the fact that it has become a playing field, this fragmentation and shattered society is continuing. And after the clashes have begun, the clashes' own dynamics also entered the stage. And once people start killing each other, nothing can go back to the way it was. And as it was expressed in yesterday's speeches, Yemen has gone backwards by at least 5 decades. And Israel, Egypt, Pakistan, and Turkey, and the relations between them also matter. It is known very well, and we don't have time, so I don't want to go into their details. And in this competition setting, Iran and Saudi Arabia are in a state of war in Yemen. So we call it the war of representation. Certain academics might object, and they say in order for it to become a representation war, both parties need to be externally involved. But Saudi Arabia is in Yemen with its own army, so we cannot call it a war of proxies or a battle of proxies. So Iran and Saudi Arabia, without going into too much details, both they are in a serious clash with, they are either there with their own armies or through a proxy war. Iran is having its proxies fight because in the 1980s, with these wars, it was a war between states in the dictionary sense. They had a lot of losses. So with the countries in their own region or through states that were involved in the region externally, they're abstaining from entering a direct clash with them because it has seen and it is well aware that it cannot cope with it. You know, even with Iraq, they paid a high price. So they think they cannot survive yet another fight. So they're having its proxies fight everywhere in the Middle East. And they have, we know that, we observe that Iran is quite competent and skilled in managing it. And the Shiite and Wahhabi ideologies, both of them allow the state to acquire and recruit proxies. And we need to remind Turkey's relative loss of influence in the Middle East is because of this, because the proxy wars, I'm not saying it should be the case, but it's just an observation. Turkey does not have a capability of going into proxy wars because its allies in the Middle East, the social actors that is worked with, they don't have that past of proxy wars. And maybe that can be converted into an advantage if it's used well in foreign policy. But this is Turkey's difference between Saudi Arabia and Iran. Iran has chosen as proxies Houthis and certain southern actors, and for southern Saudi Arabia, it's Islahis, Salafis, Hadi, etc. They worked with the former head of the state, Ali Abdullah Saadi, went away and then came back, and then he was finally eliminated by the Houthis. And for Iran, they choose their representatives, their proxies from these groups, and the countries in the Middle East, in determining this as an area of influence, there are certain countries of vital importance for Iran, and there are some that are of.
This is an indispensable influence area for this, because there is also the Bahrain, and it is also trying to keep itself busy in Yemen and keep it away from other regions. Maybe this is a secondary purpose for Iran, keeping Saudi Arabia in Yemen and keeping it away from Syria, Libya, and other conflict zones, because Yemen is more critical for Saudi Arabia than the other regions. And we should also talk about the activities of the United Arab Emirates in Yemen. Unfortunately, Saudi Arabia, there is a coalition led by the Saudi Arabia, but the most active player is the United Arab Emirates. And between the UAE and Saudi Arabia, there is some conflict about this because UAE wants to create a state in Yemen that is affiliated with itself. It wants to divide Yemen. So the United Arab Emirates here undermines the interests of Iran and Saudi Arabia. But in the future, time will show who will win this competition. And also, keeping the international waters under control is important for both governments. It's important for Saudi Arabia because the majority of its oil that is destined for Western countries goes through Maghreb. And when you have control over this region, you ensure security in supply chains. And Iran cannot sell to global markets its oil and natural gas because of the blockade of the United States. But if it keeps these areas under control, Iran can say, if you stop me from selling my oil, then I will stop your trade as well. And also, this is why Yemen is very important for Iran. The cooperation with the Houthi is also important for Iran. When we look at the developments in the recent years, what happened in 2021 and the talks started between Iran and Saudi Arabia. And what does this mean? Can it be a hope, light of hope for ending the chaos in the region? Could you please wrap up? The Democrats came to power in the US and they started redesigning the Middle East policy of the US. There is the potential to go back to the nuclear deal with Iran, and Saudi Arabia can once again may have to deal with Iran on its own, because in the US is planning to move its trade routes to India or Southeast China. So since Saudi Arabia does not want to be alone in this area, and as Iran has been forcing its capacity and as it has realized there will not be much to gain from this conflict, maybe that's why they have gave a green light to these talks. And in summary, even a partial improvement in the affairs between Iran and Saudi Arabia will help to de-escalate the tensions in the region, and it may play an important role to eliminate many problems in supply of oil and other problems. And what we need to reinstate peace and stability in the region is to start a comprehensive dialogue with all regional actors and to build cooperation mechanisms. And of course, Iran will never leave this region, because since they have deep interests in this region, it will never leave this area. But if regional actors want to optimize their own interests, they should minimize the risk of foreign intervention. And if Saudi Arabia and Iran can take significant actions to solve regional problems, this is only possible if their relationship with the US and Israel are improved. Iran's unfavorable relations with Israel, as the Israeli and the US influence over Syria, may continue to trigger these problems. As we can see, there is a wind of dialogue between the two countries, and empowering this dialogue can only be done by the regional actors. And if diplomacy works in this direction, in the future we can see a fast recovery in the problem of Yemen. But we can be optimistic, but there are many other factors and historical factors that can also make us pessimistic. Thank you very much.
Biz de bu güncel konuya bu kadar vukufla
Thank you very much for giving us your comprehensive perspective in this subject. Yes, talking about history is safe and more informative. Discussing today's policies are very difficult because these policies are volatile. 500 years ago, the Ottoman state went to Yemen just to prevent other colonialist powers from entering these areas. Today, the Muslim countries are trying to settle their accounts in Yemen. So your last recommendation is very good. There is no other way than building friendly relations. But as you know, since these powers have affiliations with Europe and the US, they cannot develop any policies on their own. Maybe we can revisit this problem during the Q&A. The next panelist is Serhan Afacan. He will be talking about Iran's policy on Yemen. Thank you very much, Professor. I would like to thank the other professors for their presentations. Actually, the issues discussed by Hilmi Özev, the relationship between Iran and Saudi Arabia, will be complementing my presentation as well. I have a roadmap about this presentation, but as my professor, as the other panelist, Hilmi Hoca mentioned in the last part of his presentation, I will try to follow his lead when giving my presentation. As Hilmi Hoca mentioned, Iran's main purpose in Yemen is to make Saudi Arabia and United Arab Emirates lose time. Actually, this is similar to the US trying to make the Soviets lose time in Afghanistan. So there can be a meaningful comparison between the two historical developments. And just like in Syria and Iraq, rather than Iraq and Syria, Yemen is not so important for Yemen, and Yemen does not rely on Yemen for sea routes, so it doesn't look like Iran is going to leave Yemen in a short time. Iran is a Shiite country. In its constitution, its constitution refers to the 12 imams. And as you know, the issue of imamet is quite contrary to the belief in Iran. The Zaydis in Yemen are closer to Ahl Sunnah than Iran. So this is not just a religious influence of Iran over the Zaydi or the Houthi. There are other dynamics at play here. And on the other side, yes, there is the Red Sea, the Gulf of Aden and Baluma, and the Suez Channel that goes all the way up to the Mediterranean. This area is very important for the global trade. It has historically been very important. And we know this during the first years of the Islamism, of the history of Islam. But we know that Iran has never focused on any area other than the Gulf of Persia, because Iran does not accept any partners in this area, particularly in terms of seaways. It is the most important route for Iran. As you know, during the war in 1980, it was based on Iran's interests in the Gulf of, on the Persian Gulf, on Shatt al-Arab. So this can be considered as a kind of adventurism. And on the other side, Iran's involvement in the conflict in Yemen, because they were trying to win the support of Houthis and to stall the Saudi Arabia, is not an isolated incident. It should be considered as part of a bigger process which has been started by the Arab Spring. So Iran's policy in Yemen cannot be separated from the previous crises, such as Syria crisis or Iraq crisis, the problem of Egypt, and the developments in the Saudi Arabia, particularly the incident of Sheikh Nimr. And Hilmi Hoca talked about a proxy war in Yemen. I also call them the distracting forces, because sometimes these proxy forces are overrated. Their influence can be overrated. And I believe that this overrating is effectively used by Iran. And in every example, these forces are not as significant as they are considered to be. And what is Iran doing in Yemen? The international concern about this started in 2011 with the developments in Yemen. Actually, in 2011, a deputy in Tehran, who is close to the spiritual leader of Iran, said Iran has control over 3 capitals, and Sana'a will be the 4th one. And as you know, the other Arab capitals are Damascus, Baghdad, and Damascus. The Arab media and international media discussed this statement. They tried to understand what he meant. And there are 3 pillars of the Iranian foreign policy, because this statement is closely associated with these pillars. Iran's foreign policy is based on ideological controversies, anti-Americanism. They also call this istikbar sitizi, and anti-Zionism. So the Iranian foreign policy is based on this ideological background. And in terms of political instruments, I may differ from many other people who are interested in this area. I believe Iran uses these proxy forces as political instruments rather than military instruments to ease its hands at the table. And when we come to the military instruments, we have the Revolutionary Guards, the Al-Quds forces, but there is one more military instrument of Iran, the missiles. These missiles emerge in all areas where Iran has influence. In Palestine, as you know, Hamas has received significant help from Iran in developing its missiles, and Hezbollah in Lebanon as well. And when Arab Spring started, Iran came to the scene with all of these instruments. This dates back to earlier than 1979, but particularly since 1979, this political controversy and these military instruments, these missiles, these military organizations lay the basis of Iran's foreign policy. And during the Arab Spring, Iran adopted a selective revisionist policy. In some countries, Iran approved revisionist policies. When the uprising first started in Tunisia, Iran tried to address the Tunisians, greeted the uprising and called it a revolutionary uprising. So this was a revisionist approach. But when it came to Syria, this revisionism was ended, and Iran was more like status quo. And Iran said the regime should not be changed in Syria, otherwise it would be supporting the interests of foreign powers. And Iran was squeezed in the corner, and its gains in Iraq were threatened. And at that time, two important developments happened. One of them was the rise of ISIS. As you know, the second one was the nuclear deal. Of course, the deal was on the way, but when the deal was struck, it gave a significant level of legitimacy to Iran, and the arrows that were pointing to Iran were not there anymore. And the second development was the crisis in Yemen. And Saudi Arabia was looking for a way to create something like an Arab uprising in Yemen and stop the Iranian influence in Yemen. So this is the hand of Iran in intervening Yemen. But for the states, Yemen is one of the countries which has the weakest relationships with Iran. During the civil war in the 60s, Iran gave only limited support to Yemen. Before that, Iran tried to rule the whole Middle East and tried to be the police of the Middle East during that time. And after 1979, things started to change. Abdul Malik al-Houthi, the leader of the Houthi groups, went to Iran, and they were influenced by the ideology of Iran, but it was not like a relationship between Iran and Hezbollah, or it was not like the relationship between Iran and the groups in Syria, on which Iran had significant cultural and political influence. In 2003, there was an important turning point. Hussein, the brother of Abdul Malik al-Houthi, was killed. The government of Ali Abdullah Salih did not turn over the corpse of the brother to the Houthi, and there was some rapprochement between the Houthi and Iran at that time. And the WikiLeaks documents also say that in 2009, there is no evidence that Iran supplied arms to the Houthi. But starting in 2011, with the crisis, Iran changed its position. It supplied arms and materials to build bombs to the Houthis. And in January 2011, the uprising started, and Ali Khamenei gave a speech in February, and in his speech, he addressed all countries other than Egypt. He said, particularly, the victory in Egypt is a very big victory. Libya, Yemen, and Bahrain should also continue their struggle, and every nation will succeed. Sooner or later, victory will come. So, Ali Khamenei, it addresses Bahrain and Yemen in a way that will make Saudi Arabia very uncomfortable, and he gives this message to Yemen. And in 2014, as you know, Houthi seized the capital, Sana'a, including the presidential palace. They seized Hadi, and they kept him in home. He kept him in prison. And Iran started using its influence on Houthi very effectively during that time, because Iran knew that Saudi Arabia would not even be successful in air operations, because Iran did not have a good capacity in air operations, so it was closely following the Saudi Arabia's capacity in that area, and it was obvious that Saudi Arabia would not be very successful. Immediately after the Saudi Arabia operation in Yemen, there was a proposal by Hadi, which said the truce would be declared and humanitarian aid would be given to the Yemenis, and in that time, Iran started a campaign which would put it as the party that is trying to solve this problem. And also at that time, Iran started to extend an olive branch to the Zaidi by renovating a holy mosque that was revered by the Zaidis. But after the military operation led by Saudi Arabia, Iran escalated its support to the Houthi. Here we have to highlight 3 points. The relationship between Iran and the Houthi is not as close as we believe. The statements of Ansarullah prove that. The Houthi in Yemen is not like the Hezbollah in Lebanon. Iran does not have any influence over the Houthi, and the Houthi see their support coming from Iran as a conjectural support, and they know after some time they will not receive any support because of the geopolitical position of Yemen and because Iran does not want to get too involved in this region. So I will end my presentation with a few questions. As I mentioned in the beginning of my presentation, Saudi Arabia, Iran is trying to prevent the expansion of the Saudi alliance because Saudi Arabia didn't start its operation on its own. It started alliance with United Arab Emirates, and Iran did its best to keep Saudi Arabia outside this process. And it was also happy that Turkey was outside of this process. And during that time, the assassination of Jamal Khashoggi also brought the Turkey-Saudi relationships to a bottleneck. And as we know, today Turkey cannot even sit at the same table with Saudi Arabia. And another highlight here is that from the moment that low-level talks started between Iran and Saudi Arabia, some people started asking, well, if Turkey will be involved. This is important, that maybe Iran Iran is trying to stall the alliance that has been started by Saudi Arabia, and Iran is trying to protract the conflict in Yemen. Iran has always emphasized that the crisis has brought a humanitarian disaster and to criminalize Saudi Arabia, but it has never rushed to put an end to this crisis due to the reasons that we know. Without solving the crisis in Syria, Iran will never show a will to solve the crisis in Yemen. And during the talks, Iran is often referring to the situation in Syria. And beyond that, as is the case in other conflicts, Iran using its foreign policy as an instrument. For example, if Biden administration feels it's necessary to have talks with Iran, it's because of Iran's influence in the region. And instead of fighting that, they are preferring to keep it under control. And one of the important things to be highlighted here is China, because from the very beginning, China was one of the governments that did not oppose to the Saudi Arabia's actions in Yemen. But on the other side, China has good relations with Yemen, and it receives support from Saudi Arabia in several issues such as South China Sea or East Turkestan issues. So the rapprochement of China and Saudi Arabia is also important here. And you know, there is the talk of a 20-year agreement between China and Saudi Arabia. So Saudi Arabia is trying to use these instruments to show China that the only way to deal with this region was to start an alliance with the Saudi Arabia. There is not much that I can add to what Hilmi Hoca said, because this is becoming an unresolvable crisis. No one knows what to do to solve this problem. Even the problem of Syria can be solved, but it seems unlikely that the crisis in Yemen can be solved. But we need to say that to solve all these crises, Iran has to be restrained, and its geopolitical location, human capital, natural resources, and military capacity, Iran will always want to be influential in the region, but particularly after the Arab Spring, Iran has been forcing its capacity in all areas. And this has been a discussion in interior politics of Iran. In the protests, we hear people complaining about Iran's influence in Gaza or in Syria. They say Iran should not be involved in those countries and they should not spend any more money on these conflicts. So, to solve these regional crises, Iran should be restrained by regional powers, particularly by Turkey. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Günümüzde yaşananların uluslararası ilişkiler boyutunda hem konuşulduğunu hem de konuşulacağını kabul etmemiz.
As you know, we need to admit that these crises will be discussed. Of course, we will try to find solutions for different regions, but we know that foreign interventions bring only harm.
Impacting everyone, and it is apparent that Yemen has suffered the most losses, and these need to be developed among themselves. I will say that we have completed this session. Ms. Nejat explained the cultural Turkish image from a cultural standpoint, from the Turkish present standpoint there, and as best as possible within the limits of her paper. And
İran-Suudi Arabistan rekabetini.
Mr. Hilmi talked about the Iran-Saudi Arabia competition through the Yemen crisis. And finally, Mr. Serhan talked about Iran's direct policies on Yemen. So in relation with these three topics, provided that it's very brief, would anyone like to take the floor to make an assessment or to ask questions? I'm giving the floor to the attendees. Dear Professor, may I take the floor? Is it Mr. Halil Kurt? Yes, Halil, Mr. Halil. Just like Mr. Serhan said, let me ask it anyway. Iran's struggle in Yemen, in order for it to be economically financing this clash, is it sustainable in the future? And other than that, what can Turkey do other than humanitarian aid? Thank you. I think the question is directed to me, right? Okay, thank you. Now, first, there are a few issues that need to be mentioned here. We don't know how Iran spent for this crisis. Starting from the crisis, it's between 10 to 15 billion US dollars. Iran sent this, but with which mechanisms went? The President Rouhani said it several times, but it's not known, so it's not registered. And in the public opinion, when there are voices that criticize this, Iran says we will be mining there, we will be making investments and FDI, and we will get more than what we invested, but it wasn't convincing because there's no concrete money. But about the state of Iran, Iran's state is rich, but the people of Iran are not sufficiently rich. So it is difficult to think that their resources will be depleted. But if they had continued Trump policies and were not able to sell oil, it could have been possible. But about 4.1 million barrels are extracted and half of it sold. So as long as it can be sold, it's got a lot of money to finance around. And this is their military expenditures. So it's not conventional army like army land or marine forces. They cannot make expenditures like we do. Iran generally regards this as part of its military doctrine. So it's a national security issue. So I personally do not think that it's going to abstain from making that payments. And what Turkey will do, I'm one of the people who's very clear about this. Egypt, Saudi Arabia, and Turkey cannot talk about these problems, despite all these problems, in a setting where they cannot create a dialogue. Iran has this influence, and it's not surprising, and they can talk in a sounder manner if they can give a stance in the Palestinian issue, in the Yemen issue, and if Iran can come up with a paradigm that is outside Saudi Arabia's paradigm, it's going to be influential, but albeit a limited one. So this lack of establishing a dialogue serves Iran. So the response lies in strengthening that dialogue. Are there any other questions or comments or assessments? Reviews? So our time is up. I would like to thank all three speakers. Yemen is indeed it plays an active role. It's an area of interest in the past, in our history, in the present time. We have really warm relations with these people. They stand very close to the Turkish people. And this is the case in Turkey, in Yemen, or when you see each other abroad, when you visit them, you see these friendly, amicable relations. And we know it very well with Ms. Nejat, how we were treated mutually. And we wish these relations to be solved in an amicable way. And Turkey's stance is an exemplary attitude. It's just that we are trying to go to places for mediation purposes, for amicable purposes, and military interventions impact all countries, and Ottomans going to Yemen is something that was entirely for different purposes. So it was to protect Yemen and the Islam geography against colonialism. And in Yemen, certain historians object to these ideas, but why Ottomans were there in Yemen is not the subject of many proper top studies, researches. You know, they could come to Turkey and conducting researches. We had paved the path 5 years ago, and two Yemeni students of mine conducted doctorate thesis for historical times. One was for the 16th century. It was on Hasan Pasha's era, who acted as the Beylerbeyi for 25 years. And one was focusing, an assertion was on Red Sea, and Necva and Ibtisam had studied Hasan Pasha. And if we didn't have these incidents, these conflicts, and these wrong policies through Yemen that were developed, you know, Turkey's cultural relations were proceeding quite fine with its historical ties. I'm hoping, sincerely hoping, that these relations will be conducted. It should continue through cultural entities, and we should regard Ms. Nejat as a cultural ambassador, historian, and we should try to benefit from her as much as we can. And maybe she can conduct the researches that can be done here. She can do it in person. And let us hope that from our point of view, from our standpoint, and using our methods, let us maintain our relations with Yemen. In 1977, when I made my assertion thesis, the topic was 1560 Yemeni state budget. So the Ottomans were that interested in the Yemen geography that in 1560 there was a Yemen state budget, and it's in the Topkapı Palace archives, and it was my assertion graduation thesis. And we have many opportunities through which we can enhance our relations, and those can direct our historical ties to a correct course. And these meetings are a conduit for those. And I would like to thank Mr. Abdullah. He has a lot of contributions. He's working on this, and I'm sure from this point forward we will continue meetings on Yemen as well. And I hope it was a useful meeting. It was informatory. It was providing guidance for those who prepare to listen and who prepared, and have a wonderful day. And I'm closing the session.
شكرا جزيلا. Çok teşekkür ederim hocam.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you everyone, and have a great day. Welcome, Mr. Mohammed. Welcome once again. I'm ready. Welcome, Muhittin. How are you? Thank you, Ramadan. I would like to extend my best regards to all of you. So the YouTube broadcast has started and we can gradually begin. And I would like to say welcome to the participants and the viewers. I would like to also thank the organizing committee for organizing this and inviting us. The issue of Yemen is in Turkey's agenda, is in the agenda of the Middle East. And those who know the matter closely, they will acknowledge the significance of Yemen in the regional politics and the regional actors, including Turkey, their relevant discussions and actions and policies on Yemen. We are all studying these, assessing these, and raising these topics in our meetings. And during the course of this conference, this conference is a very timely one. The International Shared Culture and Shared History and Yemen Political Dimensions and Humanitarian Aid Conference. The first three sessions were held yesterday, and the historical aspect was addressed, as well as the current Yemen-related issues were addressed, and this is continuing in the second day. And in our panel, we will be addressing the regional context and the political dimension and the humanitarian aid context of the issue will be addressed along with our valuable speakers, all of whom are following this matter closely, particularly Professor Muhyiddin knows the context of Saudi Arabia and the regional dimensions, and Associate Professor Hüseyin Mercan, Ramazan Erda will be tackling these, and Associate Professor Mehmet Ümre will focus on the economic aspect and the humanitarian aid aspect. So I am assuming that, I'm believing that this is going to be a very valuable speech, and I would like to give the floor to Professor Muhittin Ataman, and he will be talking about the Yemen crisis in the regional power equation that is recently shaped. Thank you very much, Professor Numan. As a priority, I will focus on the Yemen issue that is somehow outlooked and that is somehow overlooked and ignored. And as someone who is following the region closely, I would like to focus on this. This doesn't get the attention that it deserves. It is somewhat pushed in the corner because of there are Syrian crises and the surrounding geography. The Yemeni crisis had to be discussed more actually. Yesterday and today, there were many constructive speeches that were made, and I will rather focus on the newly shaped regional force equation. And in this presentation, I will look at the regional breakdown and the changing balances in the region, and I will be talking about the external actors that play a role in the Yemeni crisis. And finally, I will be talking about Yemen's possible future in the changing regional equation. And this will again going to be a brief part, which will complete my presentation. When we talk about the regional force equation that is recently shaped, we need to look at the regional context, and the regional context is that we live in the Middle East has emerged during the Arab riots and revolutions. So we can accept it, the Arab Spring as a milestone. So in the Middle East, we are living that world, both for the overall balances of the Middle East and for the Arabic world. It's a historical milestone. And this fracture point, the Arabic riots and revolutions, there were many contexts and fronts. One of the most unfortunate fronts was Yemen. The Bab el-Mandab Strait and the Suez and the Red Sea are on the path. And because of those qualities and because of those reasons, it has a strategic importance. And because of this, the regional and global actors are watching Yemen closely. So unfortunately, it has gone through one of the most serious crises. And the demographic structure did contribute to that because it was known as a Sunni state, and 1/3 is created by Shiites. And Iran, it is possible to explain based on this demographic structure how Iran uses this demographic structure. When we talk about the regional context, there are three issues, and these are also at the same time as an outcome of the Arab riots and the Arab Spring and the revolution. First of these three is that there is no political Arab world in the present day. After the present day, the states that are the basic carriers of Arab nationalism, either because of chaos or because losing their powers, they are no longer, they cease to exist. Egypt lost its power, it's trying to recover these days. And on the other hand, there are countries like Yemen, Iraq, along with the process that began much earlier, Syria, Tunis, Libya, and unfortunately like Sudan. Countries have lost their qualities as a state, and they are dragged into a serious crisis. So in the present day, we cannot talk about a political Arab world. So what are we faced with? We are faced with many states and regimes where Arabs live in, and most of them are personal or family-driven regimes. And the second important issue is, as a changing issue, the non-Arabic, Iran, Turkey, and Israel, they are stronger now compared to Arabic countries in this geography. Iran, in the past, it was the Shiite crescent from Yemen, Syria, Lebanon on a line called the Shiite crescent. In various countries, we see an Iran influence, the details of which I will explain soon. Turkey, as we all know, intervened in the Syrian crisis, its presence in Iraq, Yemen, Qatar crisis interventions demonstrated that Turkey became an influential and regional power. And in the past, its soft power was already influential, but it started to show its hard power as well. But the most profitable one among the all three non-Arabic countries is Israel. Since the beginning of its history, Israel had never gone such a comfortable era in terms of security and in terms of threats. And the third important issue is the Middle East in the past, in the present and in the future. It is about to transform into a clash scene once again for the regional actors, because the political crisis has brought global actors to the thresholds of a significant clash. US and China, or the West and Russian tension is increasing, but the deterrent forces that the parties have and the existing balance, when we consider this, and we know that a direct clash will be very highly, so it's going to be a proxy war as it's understood. And unfortunately, the Middle East is going to be one of the most important fronts of this proxy war. And in the coming stages, we see an increasing influence by Russia, and China has politically entered the Middle Eastern scene. So this is going to be a deeper clash, deeper proxy war between the global actors. And Middle East's likelihood of becoming such a scenery is increasing. And among the regional actors, there's a proxy war in Yemen, like we see in Yemen and Syria. So there is a likelihood of this escalated to the next level. And when we look at the Yemeni crisis under the second title of my presentation, I see five important actors intervening in the crisis among these changing balances. The most important one is Saudi Arabia. It has the longest borders with Yemen, so it is the state that is the most affected by the Yemen crisis. The Riyadh regime complied with the government's call and made a military intervention in Yemen, so it is claiming to defend the legitimacy there in the country. But we all know that there are two main objectives, we can say, on among, in addition to the cause it has stated. It is affected the most, and Saudi Arabia gives priority to stability in Yemen, as would be expected. But there are two other causes. One is to balance Iran's influence, or if possible, to annihilate or to eliminate Iran's influence in the country. So in the urban centers and the civilian areas are targeted, and they have from committing serious criminal crimes in order to attain this goal. And the second is political goal. In my opinion, there are certain politicians in Saudi Arabia, they are using this as an instrument for their individual career planning. The defense minister then, Bin Salman, he wants to achieve a serious accomplishment in Yemen, and he tried to become the most important politician there. But he was a prince also, crown prince, but he couldn't attain his goals. But every single day he cannot attain his goals. He escalated the violence there, and unfortunately he has committed more and more crimes of war. Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, in the other government, as well as there are other supporting groups, which include the Islah parties, different fronts. So we can talk about a vast coalition this is supported by the international coalition led by Saudi Arabia, and this is quite interesting. It's got very interesting components among itself. So Saudi Arabia intervention on Yemen, the effect, the influences were not positive. The Western world saw it, the international entities established it. There were significant crimes of war committed and violations of human rights. So all this infrastructure, the economic, the social, the education infrastructure was affected. Life came to a stopping point, and defenseless innocent civilians were exposed to serious violence. And at the end of the day, almost all Yemeni people are now dependent on humanitarian aid. 80% of the population, they need help, humanitarian aid. 20 million people cannot access secure food, or they cannot have sufficient nutrition. 3.5 million people were displaced. 10 million people faced hunger. 18 million people couldn't access clean water, fresh water, and many people couldn't have health services. Of course, there's the effect and the influence of other actors as well, but the highest effect was by serious intervention, and other countries imposed embargoes. The second actor is Iran. In the beginning of the 1980s, it was one of the target countries. Yemen was the target countries that they wanted to export the Islamic Revolution, because there was a significant Shiite population there. And we can say their relations with Sunnis were more moderate, but following the investments Iran made, there is the 12 Imam Shiism was the belief that that a segment embraced. and they emerged as proxies of Iran, and they became institutional states starting from 1990s, Houthis, and then they were organized, and the governments they were unable to cope with poverty and corruption. So it was a riot, and during the Arab riots and revolution, with support by Iran, this evolved into something else. The capital, Sana'a, was occupied, and they became the actor with the most important position. So the triumph of the civil war, the winner of the civil war, if you ask, my answer would be Iran and its proxy locally, which is the Houthis. So Saudi Arabia was defeated seriously, and the US is trying to declare ceasefire. We see those attempts. If a ceasefire is going to be declared, Saudi Arabia has lost and Iran has won, we can say. Thinking of the past, I think this is what we are faced with. And the third important actor is the United Arab Emirates, and particularly the prince in Abu Dhabi, following its ambitious policies. There are two. This is the first of the two actors with ambitious policies there, because it affects one more than the other. So Bin Zayed's politics, particularly in the Yemen front, it's important because the transition council, it's a separatist. They are supporting separatist groups. So their politics is causing the country to be divided. Along with Saudi Arabia, they have serious violations of human rights, along with Houthis, we have to emphasize. So the three parties, they are violating, they are taking the lives of the innocent ones, and they are committing violations of human rights. And the fourth actor could be radical or terrorist organizations. Two of them are very important. One is the Arabic Peninsula Al-Qaeda, which is APAC abbreviation. There's a gap of power that is created, and just like Daesh did in Iraq or Syria, there is a regional sovereignty, and Daesh is also affected, and Al-Shabaab, they are extending their hands from Africa there, so they are trying to be influential there as well. And finally, the fifth actor is the international entities. We need to talk about them. One is the Gulf Cooperation Council. So the change of rule in Yemen is a different, and a kick in 23 November 2011 made a decision, and the 33-year Ali Abdullah Salih rule was brought to an end. So there's an international intervention that ended a rule. Libya stood closest to this, but Libya was involved only with the intervention of NATO, and the other was through a diplomatic method. I think we can use this expression. That was a diplomatic process, and they changed this government. Abdurabi Mansur Hadi came to rule, and then in the beginning of 2012, it won the elections. He won the elections and became the president. So when you look at the change, we see a separate, an exceptional situation. That they and we faced an exceptional situation. But in the subsequent phase, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, United Arab Emirates, and Bahrain had clashes, and following the Qatar crisis, because of the divide in the global cooperation organization, it has changed. So we cannot be talking about their effect now, but they were influential in the emergence and determining the process of the crisis. And the second important actor is the United Nations and its sub-entities. From UN, we need to partially talk about United Nations secondary as a Security Council. They are trying to make decisions as a secondary or a tertiary actor, but we cannot say it's much influential. The United Nations is providing humanitarian aid in the Yemeni crisis, particularly through the World Food Program, and its food aids are very important to help solve an immediate need. So, other than that, from a political standpoint and in terms of changing the balance of security, unfortunately, United Nations is not as influential as we need to emphasize. And finally, as a conclusion, the equation has changed in the region. What could Yemen's future be? There are three important scenarios, and one of them is that a government, a unity government can be formed, and an inclusive and democratic governance can be brought about. Second is state being fragmented and shattered, and unfortunately, this is going to be a final outcome, most probably. The third is a federal or a confederal structure being formed, and in Yemen, all three are possible, but let me tell you, Iran, Saudi Arabia, and United Arab Emirates outlook on Yemen is going to prioritize one of these three options in the coming days. The first option is means keeping each state, keeping Yemen under their own regional control. This is the objective of all the actors there, but this won't be as easy. So if that is not the case, then the country being separated, divided will be more likely. Iran will continue its effects on Houthi, Saudi Arabia, United Arab Emirates, likewise. So there's a de facto division anyway, so there's a likelihood of this becoming permanent, and it is highly likely, and hopefully it will not continue, but in Syria and in Yemen, like the crisis, there is a possibility of divide and being shattered and fractured. And recently, with Biden coming to rule, there's a serious change that took place, and its ally Trump gave carte blanche, but they are deprived of this, which is going to reduce the influence of Saudi Arabia because there are huge criticisms surrounding it anyway. So in the coming days, the no state that is intervening in the crisis they are not prioritizing any solution for the Yemen state and the Yemen country to help survive on their own. They are just they will prefer to maintain their presence there for their own power. So just like the case it is in Syria, unfortunately, there is no promising future. And with these words, I would like to end my verse, and thank you very much for listening to me. Thank you, and you summarized it real well.
Of course, the option of fragmentation of Yemen is possible because all of the interests of the actors are different. Even Saudi Arabia and United Arab Emirates worked together, but after some time their interests differed. So therefore, there can be fragmentation of Yemen, and this is an option not desired by Turkey. And regional actors and the internal dynamics of Yemen should not allow this option. This should be Turkey's policy, and maybe you can share your evaluation about the policy of Turkey in the Q&A session. We will continue with the next panelist, Associate Dr. Hüseyin Mercan. He will be talking about crisis in Yemen and political actors. Hello, welcome to the session. When we look at the process, Yemen has been in accordance with the democratization demand from the people, from the young people who wanted to say no to the authoritarian government, started an uprising and evolved into a new situation after the Arab uprising. And Yemen has been the cradle of civilizations. It was referred to as Arabia Felix, the happy Arabic lands in the past. During the World War I and afterwards, a status quo was created. And as a result of that, it has been the scene of conflict between various colonialist powers who tried to destabilize Yemen and push it away from the Ottoman state. And we can see an extension of this policy which shaped the political actors in Yemen today. And all of these issues were raised during yesterday's discussion, particularly the issues about the historical background of Yemen. But today, we will be talking about how did the Arab Revolution process brought Yemen to the edge of one of the greatest humanitarian crises in history. One of the main reasons is the authoritarian government of Ali Abdullah Saleh. Because when we look at this process in 4 countries where the uprising started, this process ended with a revolution. Tunisia and Egypt were able to move on, but in Libya and Yemen, the process evolved differently and culminated in significant problems, crisis, instability, and a humanitarian crisis in Yemen. And there were differences in the authoritarian style of the governments in these countries, and there was the problem of institutionalization of governments in these countries. Tunisia is one of the countries where the democratization process is very strong. After the revolution, the government, the state instrument did not become dysfunctional. It continued to work after the revolution. And in Egypt, after the revolution, the system did not go bankrupt after the revolution. But when we look at Yemen, particularly after since Ali Abdullah Saleh built his authoritarian style on a pluralist background and tried to seize control over social life and built relationships with the society using these cultural aspects, was very important. And after Ali Abdullah Saleh left the government, the main context of the government was changed in Yemen, and the actors in the field started different relationships, and they weren't able to show the political will to build a government. When we look at the change process after Ali Abdullah Saleh, unlike other Arab countries, we see the transformation was led by the deputy of the president, the vice president. The Mansur Hadi was the actual leader of this transformation process. And this is why Yemen is holding a very sensitive position. And this can also understand the historical context and how Yemen can maintain this historical relationship and how this transformation has affected the structure in Yemen. And in this context, when evaluating the crisis in Yemen, we need to look at the positions of actors inside and the reasons why these actors failed to build a stable structure. And maybe the political structure in Yemen has faced with significant structural problems. We need to look at that. Actually, this was an extension of the network of relations which served to consolidate the authoritarian style of Ali Abdullah Saleh. And in Yemen, the tribes play an important role in the historical context. They are a determining factor in the political structure, and the separatist organizations in the south, even after the union after 1990, continued to support the idea of establishing a separate state. And unlike the general understanding in Turkey, the Houthi, the Zaydis wanted to build a state under the influence of Iran, supported by Iran, the presence of Al-Qaeda and Saudi Arabia and the United Arab Emirates tried to create a status quo in the region and tried not to disrupt the fault lines existing in the region since World War I, and decided to support the actors accordingly. And the Islah movement, led by Khalid al-Ahmar family and the Muslim Brotherhood, have failed to adopt an authentic character in Yemen. They stayed as an organization that was squeezed between in the competition between Iran and Saudi Arabia, and followed a strategy in accordance with that. And in early times, the transformation process led by Mansur Hadi and the elite of the political elite of the country were aware of the realities of this country. So this transformation, many actors accepted that transformation would be semi-democratic and semi-authoritarian. This was a strategic action and a functional step for many actors. But afterwards, particularly the groups which adopted the discourse of the Zaydis, but who were the members of the Istashina sect, particularly the Houthis, took some actions to undermine the democratization process in Yemen. In 2015, they have been working with Ali Abdullah Saleh. So the whole political situation in Yemen turned upside down, and the huge process of destabilization was created, and the state instrument became completely dysfunctional in that process. At this point, maybe Ali Abdullah Saleh was in Saudi Arabia due to health problems, and in early February 2011, he resigned and transferred power to his vice president, Mansur Hadi. And the Gulf countries wanted to ensure that the status quo would be maintained in Yemen, and they tried to create some kind of legitimacy for themselves, because since as long as this government would stay in power in Yemen, the leaders would not, if Saleh remained in power, his destiny would be the same as the other leaders in other Arab countries. And the Assad regime in Syria has an institutional government structure, the military, the security, bureaucracy, the internal bureaucracy, the political bureaucracy, and even the civil society have been completely organized with full loyalty to the regime, but they don't have that mechanism in Yemen. So Ali Abdullah Saleh fell away from the political scene in Yemen. It became mandatory for him. And he expected a significant support from Gulf countries, and soon the actors in Yemen would fall into conflict among themselves, and the Houthis would dominate this political scene, and he would be able to come back to Yemen as a savior. But after that time, with Mansur Hadi's transition government, he gave positive messages in favor of a change. And Islah party of the Muslim Brotherhood increased their influence in Yemen. And Mansur Hadi is one of the richest figures in Abdullah Saleh is one of the richest figures in Yemen. He has built very important ties with the elite families in Yemen. And Ahmar became rich because Hamdullah Ahmar became rich because of the support he received from Ali Abdullah Saleh, because Ali Abdullah Saleh worked really hard to make sure that Ahmar would remain out of politics and only focus on economic activities. And the Sunni political elite was being supported by Ali Abdullah Saleh. That was his political success, because his objective was to make sure that these rich people would be loyal to him. His economic benefits would add to the welfare of the country, and he would also avoid any conflict with the economic elite, and he would prevent them from supporting the opposition. And Ali Abdullah Saleh was trying to keep the economic elite away from the politics, and he acted like a patron to them. But Mansur Hadi was successful in mobilizing the young people, and with the rise of the Houthi, the Islah party started to play a very important role in Egypt. When Muslim Brotherhood came to the power, the likelihood of the Islah party being more influential in the region became more evident, became more realistic. And so Ali Abdullah Saleh made a wrong plan at this point. And in 2015, with the military coup against President Morsi in Egypt, he started a cooperation with the Houthis at the risk of undermining the whole process. And they invaded Sana'a and marked a breaking point in the whole process, and the civil war was started. And here, maybe a special note on the Houthis. Why are they the main destabilizing factor in Yemen? So why are they being used as a proxy by Iran? By their historical roots, the Houthis are based in the Sada region, which is the home to the richest population in Yemen. It has important leaders from important Zaydi families such as Bedreddin al-Houthi. When we look at the structure of these organizations, in 1987, they declared the Ittihadi Shahad movement. And Houthis wanted to start a different kind of mobilization in the society and have a strong hand when bargaining with the government. So, as an extension of that, in 1990, the South and North Yemen were united, and Ali Abdullah Saleh became the president of the United Yemen Republic, and the multi-party system was instated. And Bedreddin al-Houthi became a political actor involved in this political process. But Hüseyin Bedrettin el-Husi was a member of the parliament for 2 terms after the elections. And the Zaydi elite, who are close to Bedrettin el-Husi, were also in the parliament. So this was the first rift between Ali Abdullah Saleh and Bedrettin Husi. But the main turning point came at late 80s and early 90s. The most important factor here was that the Zaydis, the important scholars, one of the important scholars of the Zaydi, Mecdettin el-Mueddini, issued a fatwa. In that fatwa, he said the conditions have changed for the unity of the Ummah. The descendants of the Hashimi would not be necessary. So Hassan so you can be a caliph and the leader of the Islam, even if you're not a descendant of Hassan or Hussein. We know the Zaydi is very close to Ahli Sunnah, according to Hashimi scholars. So this approach was objected by Bedrettin el-Husi, and after that, Bedrettin el-Husi increased his contact with Iran and saw himself as the legitimate authority, so Qom as the legitimate authority. And at the end of 2000s, in 2009 to 2010, more than 100 leading Zaydi scholars gathered at an international conference, and they published a statement in which they said the Zaydis are different than the Husi. The Zaydi are completely accepting Iran as an authorized power. So this was an important statement. And in academic literature, and unlike the general understanding in Turkey, it confirms that the Zaydi are not Husi, and there is a difference between the Husi and the Zaydi, and the main difference of Zaydi is not being Husi. And many Shiite scholars in the Middle East, Ali Sadi, for example, wrote what we know about the Husi, and he says that the Husis came from the Jarudiyeh sect, how they adopt the Isna Shara, and how they differ from the Zaydis. This book was published in 2011. Of course, Bedrettin al-Husi was falling away from the Zaydis now. His level of faith was changing, and there was a shift in his political paradigm, and he was receiving increased support from Iran and and against the Saudi influence in the region. And to prevent the Al-Qaeda from expanding its area of influence in the region, Bedrettin al-Husi decided to take action and motivate the young people and start a resistance. And in 2004, after an armed conflict against the forces of Ali Abdullah Saleh, he lost his life. So this created a state of war between the Houthi and the central government. And during that time, there were 6 wars. This means that after 2015, the political crisis which emerged in Yemen, the civil war, was not the first of its kind. So there is a structural problem dating back to its history, and it also explains us the reasons of the pains that the Yemenis suffer from during that transformation process. Could you please wrap up? In this sense, after 2014, the Houthi started cooperating with Ali Abdullah Saleh. And this means that two destabilizing forces in Yemen came together to maintain the status quo against the will of the transformative powers in Yemen. And Ali Abdullah Saleh already understood that he cannot prevent the rise of the Houthi. So in 2017, he was killed during an attack by the Houthi, and this shows that these developments show the general trend of the transformation of the course of events in Yemen. Although, with the Riyadh Agreement in 2017, in 2019, and the new cabinet based in Aden was created in 2020, but there was an attack against the members of the cabinet when they landed in Aden, and this shows that how the transformation and stability will be like in the future. The Islah Party of the Muslim Brotherhood and the Islamic elite are squeezed between Iran and Saudi Arabia, and they are not able to build a strategy of their own. Therefore, they look more closer to Saudi Arabia, and they are open to specific manipulations. And in this context, the internal political actors cannot take action or develop any maneuvers in Yemen. And in the future, we believe that in Yemen, just like Muhsin Hoja underlined, in the future, stability. These are the main factors that will prevent stability from coming back to Yemen in the future. Thank you very much for this informing presentation. And
hem de iç aktörlerin konumu, durumu,
and also the position of the internal actors, their stance and their positions they take, and their roles in the internal conflict in Yemen. You summarize it real well with a greater emphasis to Houthis, and Houthis they are one of the main players in the lack of stability, and the Islah movement is in a more constructive attitude there. But my assessment is that while all these are true, if there will be a solution, they are main actors like the Houthis or the Islah or other elites from the previous rule, or perhaps the alienated economic elites. They need to look for a way out that is independent from the direction and guidance of the external agents as an agenda, so that Yemen emerges and continues with maintaining its territorial integrity. I think that would be the most suitable scenario, which time will show. And in this sense, Turkey is not hesitating to contribute, and in the coming days, most probably it will contribute more. Professor Ramazan Erda is going to tackle and focus on the Turkish dimension, and he will be talking about the constructive approach of Turkey in the Yemen crisis. During the opening panel, there was a Norwegian professor who partially addressed this topic, and the presence of a Turkish perspective will be good. And this is the kind of, we are expecting a speech from our professor. Thank you very much. I agree with Muhittin's findings about Yemen. The highest amount of trauma, the deepening of the crisis after the Arab Spring is in Yemen. And unfortunately, we cannot say that the global actors are directing much attention there. And I would like to thank the Turkish Grand National Assembly for ensuring that this organization is held under their auspices. And I would like to thank Istanbul University Rector's Office and the stakeholder Marmara University and Kiris European University that organized this. And particularly this week, I would like to thank all the participants who are listening to us during this weekend. I'd like to extend my greetings. Today's study, when I was preparing for my speech today, starting from the emergence of the crisis, I tried to make an introduction to the regional and local dynamics and the global dynamics, and then enter the Turkish aspect. But Muhittin gave a very good information, and Muhammed Hüseyin Berger, professor, shared with us the internal dynamics. I won't focus on that, and I will rather focus on the humanitarian crisis, prevailing one, and Turkey's constructive approach. Why do we define it as a crisis? Sana, the capital city, and but the provisional government with the Riyadh agreement is in Aden, and many government bodies and the diplomatic embassies are operating in Riyadh in Saudi Arabia. So it's a fragmented state structure in its fullest sense. So in this regard, the Yemen crisis is on this fragmented and deepening structure needs focus, because the United Arab Emirates and Saudi Arabia coalition and the operation that started, it's not that correct to define it as a coalition either, as well as the externally influencing actors have deepened the crisis, and they have escalated the fragmentation. But when we look at the current situation, the country is at the threshold of shattering, and the state capacity, the state authority needs to be established, including the president. In the last 6 years, they're trying to rule the country through Riyadh for the last 6 years, and most diplomatic missions have left Sana, and they are carrying out their activities in Riyadh, and that indicates that there is a serious crisis. When we look at the present-day maps, who is controlling what in Yemen, which region is under whose control, we see the Syrian, it's a hybrid situation. It's a mixture of what we see in Syria and what we see in Libya, a double or triple fragmentation, various terrorist organizations and foreign actors, or the actors that are being involved in the crisis. And there is no holistic approach for the solution of the crisis. And like you have said, Saudi Arabia and the United Arab Emirates have begun as a coalition, but one is focusing on the south and the other is supporting the government. So this coalition is also going towards fragmentation or divide. So the initiatives to solve the problem are also differentiated. And the crisis is deepening, and the solution is becoming more and more challenging. The United Nations Humanitarian Affairs Coordination Office has published a humanitarian needs general perspective data in 2001. I would like to share a few figures to see the magnitude of the situation and Turkey's successful humanitarian diplomacy And I would like to explain this process with the United Nations findings on the field. As you know, Yemen has a population of around 30 million, and Muhittin also mentioned about this, but I would like to give the specific figures in the United Nations figure. 2/3 of the population are in need of help, and 22% are women, 54% are children, and 15% are disabled, and 1/3 of the total population, 12 million, they need urgent and immediate help. Prior to the coronavirus, obesity is one of the biggest problems. You know, people are trying to lose weight and spending money, and but 1/3 of the population is about to starve to death. So we see a global injustice. We see its repercussions, and the hunger-stricken population, 2.5 million of them are children between 0 and 3 years of age. So 2.5 million children are about to starve to death. So under these crisis conditions, particularly after July, other than the immediate food need, the interior conflict and the humanitarian losses brought and the civilian losses brought about by the coalition of United Arab Emirates and Saudi Arabia. Over 4 million people are displaced, and they are changing places within the country. And after 2019, there is this pandemic that we see that is prevailing across the world, and we are still going through that phase. Prior to COVID-19 pandemic, the humanitarian crisis had we saw diphtheria that was and polio, but coupled with coronavirus, it's even more negative, and the coronavirus related measures and our health professors and professionals are emphasizing compliance with hygiene and cleanliness, but 2/3 of the population do not have access to clean water. So coronavirus is deepening the already existing crisis, and the health infrastructure in the country has already collapsed. So because of the coronavirus, that humanitarian crisis has deepened, and the report says that there are close to 50. There is about 14 conflict zones in the region. So the interventions, the coalition's operations, instead of solving the problem, bringing about political stability, on the contrary, their actions are deepening the divide and deepening the fragmentation. And in these attacks, coalition operations, civilian targets, and the terror organizations' attacks and acts of terrors are harming and damaging the infrastructure, and personnel who are trying to bring humanitarian aid are being attacked, and there are many violations of human rights as we see, and the country economy as well as the insufficient capacity of the central bank increases the social economic problems that emerge. And with the COVID-19, because of the COVID-19 pandemic, the European health system and the urgent food and basic health material needs are therefore in the forefront. So in such a setting where crisis has deepened and the regional and internal dynamics, when we see the approach, we see Turkey's approach that is different and distinguished, because When you look at Syria, Libya, Somali experiences of Turkey under the light of this in the solution of the Yemeni crisis, the humanitarian foreign policy, the role of intermediation, as well as the positive stance, positive outlook in the region, Turkey is trying not to be a party to the conflicting parties in the Yemen party, and rather it has assumed a role of mediation, a reconciling role that would bring the parties together, because its humanitarian perspective and humanitarian policy means with the help of TICA, the Religious Affairs Foundation, and various NGOs, built a field hospital, and they are providing health and food and emergency material. It's working towards the solution of the problem from a political standpoint. It's taking, it is, Turkey is providing conditions that are facilitating for reconciliation purposes. Just like in the other cases, Turkey is supporting the legitimate government in Yemen, because the President Hadi visited Turkey with the Islamic organization efforts, and there were other visits and contacts at various other levels. And through these high-level contacts, first of all, Turkey is supporting its legitimate government, President Hadi, and on the other hand, particularly the parties that will bring about the solution. We are looking for ways that will a constructive diplomacy process is being carried out by Turkey. So particularly the Libyan legitimate government support by Turkey in Libya to expand its control area, and also in Somalia to train the Somalian army and to restructure the security infrastructure in Somalia. In Yemen, Turkey is offering humanitarian, military, and diplomatic policy and approach, working towards the solution of the Yemeni crisis with a strong capacity. Muhittin talked about Saudi Arabia and Iran competition and the attitude of the regional actors. And this was a serious this was a process. There's a likelihood, or he talked about the likelihood of this crisis evolving into fragmenting the country. In Yemen's policy, Turkey's priority is to protect the integrity of its lands, because as far as its geopolitical location is involved, or commercial routes, and it's an important marine crossing point, and it has been positioned there, and its position in Somalia, just like it was involved in Somalia, in Yemen, it is also giving a positive contribution to prevent the divide and to prevent we can say that Turkey is going to prevent the conditions for Yemen to evolve into a position where its territorial integrity will be lost. And the provisional government has to be able to carry out its activities, and for the country to gather, for all the organizations, entities, the government bodies being gathered in the capital city. We see that the country needs this. And as you know, the international system and the international order has brought about a situation where no problem, no issue can be solved by one country alone. When the United States faced 9/11, there was a global coalition that was created, and this was how the struggle was carried out. In Syria, United Nations, yes, we do have such findings, such reports by the United Nations, but to find a solution for those people who are in need of these 20 million people, they need United Nations role. But we don't, beyond reporting, we don't see them undertaking a role that will prevent clashes or prevent the escalation of crisis, just like the case was in Syria. So therefore, after Libya, particularly the Astana process initiated the Russian partnership. So it's a non-conflict zone, and the political transition phase would be accelerated by a model, because in Syrian example, we saw that it has solved many problems. And in Yemen, Turkey will act in a similar platform, and it is going to function as a mediator, as an intermediary. The progress in Syria, the political process in Syria will contribute to a similar action in Yemen. And I'm trying to underline Syria. Iran is one of the partners of the Astana process, and Turkey is one of the three countries that positively contributed to this, and that is going to help a similar action with Iran, one of the critical parties in the Yemen crisis. It can be regarded as an opportunity. And Saudi Arabia and United Arab Emirates, the prime minister of the country, the president of the country is being hosted by the Saudi Arabia, and the prime ministry and other state bodies being in Riyadh demonstrates that Saudi Arabia is one of the most important countries there. And recently, Turkey, particularly, there is a chronic problem there, and the initiative taken by Turkey shows that it can initiate a process where we can work together. And in Somalia and Libya, Turkey is carrying out its military support and activities with bilateral agreements. But in Yemen crisis, what makes Turkey a functional power is soft power, humanitarian foreign policy, because it's got bodies like the Red Crescent, Afad, Tika. It is trying to, Antika, and meeting needs, particularly it's providing medical help, and it's operating hospitals, which means that, as mentioned in the findings of the United Nations, there's a population close to 20 million. So food, clean water is needed. So Turkey is the country that provides the highest amount of support is Turkey, because when you think of a coalition operation, Saudi Arabia and United Arab Emirates operations towards the Houthis in the country, military hard power was used, but the result obtained wasn't as expected, and the military force is insufficient in the solution of the problem. So Turkey's soft power and its complementing force, and what I'm trying to say is Turkey has a mediation role. So its mediation role between the parties, and the parties positive stance to Turkey means that Turkey is a key country among these countries, and the soft power will continue. So I would like to end my presentation this way. Thank you very much for listening to me, and greetings, everyone. Yes, Professor Ramazan, thank you. Of course, Turkey's role, as you have said, it's a soft power, and within the scope of soft power, it's very valuable because there are many actors, particularly military methods are being used, and rather than there are certain destructive steps rather than constructive steps, which gave rise to the current outcomes. So Turkey's activities are very important in terms of soft power. And now the last speaker is Mehmet Emre Ünsal. He is going to talk about economic growth, development aids, and humanitarian aids. Yes, sir.
Thank you very much for your introduction. I would like to say welcome to all participants and colleagues. As you have mentioned, in terms of economic growth, foreign aid, development aid, and humanitarian aid, I will try to address these topics in my speech. I will be moving outside this framework, as you mentioned in the beginning of the session. I will not talk specifically about Yemen, but I will be addressing the economic and institutional structures and socio-economic. I will be looking at the data from countries which have similar socio-economic and financial and political structure with Yemen, and I will be sharing this data. In the framework of my presentation, I will be looking at the foreign aid, development aid, and humanitarian aid, the historical background of these kinds of assistance. And then I will be addressing the economic politics. And finally, in this narrow framework, I will try to draw some conclusions in historical and economical terms. Oh, as an introduction, to talk about the history of foreign aid, offering aid to developing countries has been an important part of international relations, foreign relations. Although it has a significant meaning for foreign relations, foreign affairs, foreign aid does not date back to many years ago, but they are quite new. And there are historical examples, but the first financial foreign aid was offered by the victors, the United States, which emerged as a global power after the World War I. And in the competitive atmosphere of the World War II, the US tried to create an open and prospering economic world, and the foreign aid was used as an instrument by the United States. And after that, the United States maintained its position as the donor of the highest amount of foreign aid, but with the introduction of other organizations, the foreign aid became more institutionalized. The earliest examples of foreign aid was the military aid to allies. The first example in the modern era was the assistance offered by Prussia to allies, and in 19th century, the European governments offered foreign aid, large amounts of foreign aid to their colonies to improve their infrastructure. The objective here was to increase the economic benefits, the economic returns from these colonies. After the World War II, two developments changed the structure and the scope are important to understand the scope of and the structure of foreign aid. One of them was the situation of the European states, which were completely destroyed after the World War II, and in the scope of Marshall Program, they received aid from the United States. And secondly, the United States, the International Monetary Fund, and the World Bank were created. These organizations played an important role in the allocation of foreign aid, in identifying the beneficiary countries and measuring the impact of this foreign assistance. In the aftermath of the World War II, there was a decrease in the amount of foreign aid. England, France, and other global powers were not able to deliver the foreign assistance as they used to do. And the Soviet Union, to proceed its strategic purposes and interests, started using foreign assistance, foreign aid as a tool. And in time, the number of donor countries increased. After World War II, many countries started their own aid programs. One of these countries was Japan, particularly with their assistance to Asian countries. It became one of the two biggest donors at the end of the 19th century. And in 1972, the United States decided that 0.07% of every country's national income should be used as foreign aid. But Denmark, Norway, Sweden, and Netherlands were the only countries who were able to achieve this goal. The others were lagging behind, and the United States and Japan became the two biggest donor countries. And in 1970s, with the rise of the new actors, oil exporters also started foreign aid programs, and the number of donors increased. The countries which were formerly members of the socialist bloc also started aid programs after the end of the Cold War. And the members who applied for membership to EU have to become a donor country. Today, many developing countries have become donor countries. Historically, more developing countries have become donor countries. Among them, China is the biggest donor, followed by India, Turkey, Thailand, Korea, and smaller countries which are now active donors. After offering this historical background, let's look at the structure and economic politics of foreign aid. The development aid and humanitarian aid, which are also categories under foreign aid, I will try to use this model. These are handled in three different ways by many international relations theories. You may know better than me. I will try to address these issues as an economist. In foreign aid is a political instrument, and realist theory says that foreign aid is a political instrument and they serve to the benefits of the donors rather than the recipients. And this theory also says that foreign aid arises out of the benefits of the colonialist powers. And this realist system says the international structure has a hierarchical structure, and foreign aid only gives priority to the benefits of the international powers. And realists also say that the foreign aid are used to proceed the national interests of donor countries. In this case, for realists, foreign aid is not is minimally associated with the benefits and interests of recipients. They're the supporters of realist theories do not take that into consideration. In classic theory, this foreign aid, it has military and political significance for donor countries, and neorealists believe that foreign aid have strategic importance for donor countries, and the economic potential of the recipient countries is also important for the neo-realists. And in liberal theory, we see a positive perspective about foreign aid. They say foreign aid helps to improve international relations, and many aid programs are based on humanitarian concerns rather than political concerns, according to liberals. And liberals believe that foreign aid may help alleviate poverty and improve economic growth in underdeveloped countries. And also liberals also say that foreign aid may instate mutual dependency, and this can be used as an instrument for donor countries. And it can also be used as an instrument to reflect their own cultural values by the donor countries. And without looking at the systemic factors, liberals look at the foreign debt in terms of international relations. And in the framework of the neo-Marxist theory, according to this paradigm, the foreign aid is based on the economic interests of donor countries. Unlike neo-realist theory, we see in all neo-Marxist theories that in developing and developed countries, foreign aid is an important tool to consolidate the power of capitalist elite. Sir, you are the last panelist, so it may seem unfair, but we have a few minutes left to conclude this session. Maybe we can skip the theoretical framework because they can get that information from different resources. Could you please share some specific information about Yemen? Okay, if you want me to do that, I can skip the theoretical framework. Just because of the time limit, it's not about the content, but the technical crew is warning me that we have 10 minutes left. Okay, I will share my conclusions in that case, and with that we can end this session. So you can give me 3 or 4 minutes. Yes, we have 10 minutes. The foreign aid from donors to recipients can be categorized into 2 groups, development aid and humanitarian aid. Development aid is used to improve the socio-economic conditions of underdeveloped and developing countries and to ensure long-term institutional development in these countries. And humanitarian aid, as described earlier by panelists, are the kinds of aid offered to countries to ensure short-term objectives in the cases of disasters and other unexpected situations. There are discussions about the impact of foreign aid on the economic conditions of these countries, and the expectation is that foreign aid will make a positive contribution to economic growth, and humanitarian aid is expected to will not make any meaningful impact on the economic growth because they focus on short-term objectives. So this is the model that we use.
Evet, pardon. Öncelikle tabii bu verileri de
First of
vermek.
all, I wanted to share this data with you, but because of the time limit, I won't be able to do that. Let's focus on human development aid in Yemen. There are 12 countries here. Yemen, Nigeria, and Somalia are similar countries, and particularly the countries which have received humanitarian and development aid since 2009. You see Yemen in blue line. After 2015, there is a significant increase in the amount of development aid because of the civil war, which has been addressed in other presentations. And the numbers for Jordan, Lebanon, Sudan, Bangladesh, Congo, Afghanistan, Chad, and Uganda, and humanitarian aid. Yemen is shown by blue, and after 2014, the amount of humanitarian aid has increased in parallel to development aid, starting in 2014-2015. When we look at Afghanistan, the amount of humanitarian aid has plummeted. An econometric application, method and data set covers the years from 2009 to 2018. We did a panel data analysis. So we created a time series on the horizontal axis, data gathered from World Bank, Federal Reserve Bank of St. Louis, and development initiatives. This is the model. GDP is a dependent variable. Employment, capital stock, development aid, humanitarian aid, and error term are the logarithmic data, are the other variables. And GDP is these factors are the determinants of GDP. So they are independent variables in this model. I won't go into the details of the model because of the time limit, but ultimately our conclusion, we are trying to calculate the coefficients and variables. Here we have development aid, 0.063. This is a positive value. We need to statistically test this. This is what p-value does. This is 0.009, statistically significant. But for humanitarian aid, this p-value was not statistically significant. In conclusion, development aid has a positive impact on economic growth. And as a concluding remark, the positive impact of development aid on economic growth can be seen, but GDP is not the only indicator, but it's an important indicator. So humanitarian aid cannot be defined as insignificant, but humanitarian aid is urgent, but it should be evaluated in a separate study in terms of its impact on economic growth. Thank you very much. Thank you. As you mentioned, maybe this has been a different presentation from the other presentations, but as you have shown on the table, we have seen the change in humanitarian aid after 2014. We wish we had the time for the Q&A, and I see the comments in the chat box of the Zoom, but I think we will be discussing them in our next meeting. And this shows that our topic is very important. We have different opinions, we have new contexts in terms of internal actors and foreign actors. And we need to discuss Yemen in a more detailed way, particularly in the Turkish academia. There are many academics studying the Middle East. Maybe they need to study Yemen more taking this opportunity, I would like to thank you again for your presentations, Hüseyin Mercan, Muhittin, Ataman, and Ramazan Arda. And I would like to thank Istanbul University and the other universities for organizing this event. This panel will be available on YouTube, and the students, we will be recommending our students to watch it because it has been a very informing panel. Thank you again and have a nice day. Thank you. Goodbye. Have a nice day.
Herkese hayırlı günler. Selamlar.
Have a
Hürmetler.
nice day. Goodbye.
Size sağlık, herkese teşekkür ediyorum.
Thank you very much.
Katılımcılara özellikle teşekkür ederim. Güzel.
We would like to thank all participants. Thank you.
department, and we are covering over 70 countries. And as you closely know, the Middle Eastern and African geography is quite unstable in terms of its character as a region, and which demonstrates the fact that development projects is our main mission, but from time to time they are disrupted and the priorities shift towards intervening and responding to humanitarian crisis. Challenging, is a bit challenging fact. And in Yemen, to which this meeting is dedicated, these qualities are seen, these aspects are seen. The Yemen office was officed in the capital city of Sana'a starting from 2012. And before that, we were delivering our services without an office. But right after our office was opened, the Arab Spring started. And in North Africa and the Middle Eastern countries, that process affected us directly because many foreign missions had to leave there, and this was conveyed to us that we had to depart. And we had to close our offices, and we couldn't maintain personnel there. And currently, our activities are based in Aden. We have a coordinator there, Mr. Abdullah Sarı. I assume most of the participants recognize him, know him. He worked there with great dedication and devotion, and he was representing, he provided, and he is continuing to provide all kinds of support, not only for us, for TİKA, but for other NGOs and bodies in Turkey. So when you look at TİKA's global and regional introduction, after this brief introduction, the urgent and emergency humanitarian aid requirements in Yemen are being discussed. And under the light of the UN data, the population is 31 million and 75% of this is in need of immediate humanitarian aid. The 21 million population is in need of a direct humanitarian need, and a great majority of these are constituted by women, children, and the disabled individuals, and poverty is at a very high level, and from time to time it makes it into the news, and it's a devastating situation, as we can all see in the news. And internal migration is about 4 million. The displaced people internally is a direct outcome of this war. And right across Bab el-Mandabi, Somali, Djibouti, Eritrea, this is a crossing point because for a foreign refugee flow who want to use Yemen as a crossing point. So this is the kind of deprivation that we are seeing in that geography. And that war and the clashes has effects on education, health, agriculture, as well as the entire commercial infrastructure that has collapsed. So, which emerges, which manifests itself as a burden that is impossible to eliminate. So under the light of all these facts, starting from 2012, every year, we regularly provide certain helps and assistance. And like I said, TİKA has development assistance, and we provide infrastructure improvement activities, the humanitarian potential, we're providing qualities for the humanitarian capital, we're improving the administrative infrastructures. These are our main goals. And the resources, most of the resources that we have allocated for these, we are directing these for humanitarian aid activities. So this is the basic, let me talk about the basic services that we have delivered since the beginning. In education, we have a vocational education center, and we're improving the infrastructure of the existing schools, the refurbishing activities, the repair activities, and we have provided stationaries for the children that will study at these schools. And also in health, our country, the Ministry of Health, has supported the construction of 2 field hospitals. And also TICA has built a dialysis center with its own resources, and the ongoing solution and other medical equipment and medical supplies support to these hospitals. And furthermore, in Yemen, if there are injured, wounded individuals who cannot be treated in Yemen, we're bringing them to Turkey so that they are treated here, and we follow up with their treatment, and then we return them to Yemen. And there are also the ongoing health institutions that in order to ensure that they can provide high quality services, we provide equipment and medical supplies at various scales. And the government bodies in Yemen, as well as the NGOs, are sending us requests, particularly because we have offices there, but the majority of these cannot be fulfilled due to the current setting. So we have to postpone them. So there's a lot of activities that are waiting in the pipeline, and we are continuing with the humanitarian aid. We are offering these with our own resources, and also from AFAD. There's a joint protocol that we have signed with the previous manager. So with the economic support of AFAD organization, we are giving services in the field for humanitarian aid. I would like to thank the former president and the current administration of AFAD. We owe them a thank you. And there is no distinction whether it's an NGO or a public body. We are displaying the force, the strength of Turkey, the power of Turkey. So the total humanitarian aids has reached 135 projects and activities, and I have mentioned them under some titles. And in addition to those, we can expand them further. And the public personnel being trained in Turkey, they are brought to Turkey for receiving training courses, and the local governments, local administrations infrastructure being improved. And prior to the war, Yemen was not that stable, unfortunately. There were various diseases and epidemics, leading with cholera was very widespread. So the water and sanitation related shortcomings were the root cause. And we have opened tens of water wells, as well as the treatment of the existing water wells and chlorinating them and supplying various sanitation supplies for these wells were, again, prevention related efforts. And in the past 2 years, the new epidemic, the new pandemic is COVID-19, and we see that it is wreaking havoc in Yemen as well. And the health personnel and the COVID struggle personnel are gathered in different centers, and they are given awareness training courses, and they are being taught that we have prepared various booklets and we have trained them. We will try to contribute to these efforts to train the locals. You know, all of these were done in a country with a big security deficit. You know, the mobilization of these people and the fact that they are gathered in mass groups in certain areas, which constitutes a threat, a danger. The local personnel and the Turkish staff, Abdullah Sarı and his team, are working with great dedication and devotion. And I would like to extend my deepest regards and respect for them, because they are working under negative conditions, because we are using public resources. And as per the legislation, we have to ensure that certain things are provided. And it means a great deal of effort for us as well. And in addition to what we're doing, hopefully, the conflict situation, if the conflict allows us particularly provide contributions. We have planned projects for vocational efforts and agricultural works, and then I will be completing my words, dear Chairman. Yemen, other than oil, the revenue is husbandry and agriculture, and then fishery needs a separate parenthesis on its own. And we have this famous Yemen fish, the production quantity as well as the quality to increase. We have efforts towards enhancing the quality and quantity, and we have projects for that. And also in fishery, the country has a coastline of 2,500 square kilometers. So in 2019 and 2020, we have provided them boats and other fishing supplies, and we intend to increase the supply. Live animal support is another area that we intend to increase. We have made the findings and we have identified the people who would be the beneficiaries. So we are planning to make a procurement. And in agriculture, all the way from coffee beans to other crops and products, we intend to increase their quantity. And about 2,500 schools were unusable, or during the course of the conflicts, they were turned into military bases, or they were used for other purposes. In order to make sure that they can be reused again, we have simple refurbishment activities. Likewise, for the hospitals and public institutions are to be supported with similar activities as we have planned. And as TICA, in order to carry out our development activities, if conditions allow us, we have positioned ourselves to continue to resume direct service provision. If our equities, and if possible, the resources of other public bodies and other resources will also be implemented and used real fast. In order to use my time efficiently, let me put a semicolon here, and then if time allows, I will answer questions. Thank you, dear Chairman. Thank you very much for your proper presentation. We are proud of you. You are accomplishing a lot in humanitarian aid. I worked in Sarajevo in many areas in the Balkans, and I know that the activities are very valuable. And with these bodies and organizations, Turkey was very successful in offering international aid, and it has created a model, and it is exemplary for the rest of the countries. Without further ado, I would like to give the word to Mr. Burhan Arslan, the head of the working group of AFAD in International Humanitarian Aid.
Hello, distinguished guests. At AFAD, we started working in humanitarian aid in 2011 when the Syrian war started. In this process, we started operations in 65 countries. We offered humanitarian aid on 3 continents. In Bangladesh, we have a big team. In Yemen, we had a permanent team, but because of the civil war, we had to withdraw that team. And of course, our first aid arrived in Yemen in 2003. In cooperation with the Ministry of Hospital, we sent a field hospital to Yemen in 2015, 16, 17, 18, and 19. We continued with these efforts, but in 2019, as TICA representative mentioned, and Mr. Chataklı participated, the head of our department, the head of the aid department of TICA participated in that effort, and we went to Yemen to deliver humanitarian aid. Yemen has a symbolic meaning for us. With Palestine, Yemen is one of the two countries that everyone in Turkey is trying to do something to help. And as part of the process, I would like to share my experience there. I don't think we need to discuss the material significance of our aid, but we walked through the people in our vests bearing the Turkish flag, touching the people, and they said to us, we have been expecting you, where have you been? And TICA has really supported us since day one. We sent 2 teams to Yemen, and I would like to thank Abdullah Sarı for his support in logistics and relationships, and during our travels to the field. TICA has helped us a lot. What have we done in this process? We have reached 12 provinces in Yemen. We distributed 30,000 food packages, meals to 130,000 people, 2 mobile food delivery trucks. We distributed prosthetic devices to 100 children, and we also offered mobile clinic services to 80,000 people in only 3 months. Here, the important thing here is, when I was talking to the Undersecretary of Humanitarian Aid, I learned that 317 Turkish CSOs, civil society organizations, were offering aid in Yemen. We cannot list 15 civil society organizations now, but there are many organizations sending aid to Yemen, and some of them are actually physically there, and others are sending aid via local NGOs. I wish we could ensure some coordination. TICA would support humanitarian development services. AFAD would offer humanitarian services. And we did that actually. We had the opportunity to work there, because when you are there, you're not AFAD or TICA, you are the Turkish Republic. And the people see us as Turkish citizens. And I would like to share an anecdote. We distributed aid in a province, and we were putting down the flags and preparing to go back, and the deputy governor said, "Could you please leave the flag? We want to keep it." And I asked, "Do you want the AFAD flag or the Turkish flag?" And he turned to me and said, "The Turkish flag is the flag of the Islamic world. When will you come back? We have been expecting you." That was an old man, the leader of a tribe. It really touched me. I asked why we were so late, why we didn't go there earlier. There is the Imaret structure, which is governed by the United Arab Emirates and Saudi Arabia, and then they do everything to keep Turkey out. And TICA has representatives, and the Red Crescent also had representatives. They had to leave, unfortunately, but the only place where the Turkish flag is up in the air, I would like to thank everyone who has supported this. We need to be there. In the last 2 years, we have seen significant challenges. When we apply there via the ambassador, they say, "Okay, we can have you," but then they tell us the permission is not received. We need to wait. And why does that happen? Because when we go there, our teams try to go to different mosques for Friday prayers. They go to there with vests bearing the Turkish flag and stand next to the Yemenis and talk to them, and they love it. I'm from Mardin, and we speak a similar dialect of Arabic. I can understand 75% of what they say. And I cannot do that in another country, but in Yemen, we had that strange connection. And also, when someone comes from Turkey and speaks in their dialect, they are quite helpful. Although the officials were reluctant to give us permission to go to other regions, the people tried everything to make us go there and remove all the barricades on the road. And in terms of humanitarian aid, the United Nations is really slow. We distributed 30,000 food packages in 3 months. And the UN could not do that in 1 year. And they have a bigger budget than us. TICA, the Red Crescent, and other humanitarian organizations, and AFAD, they are trying to deliver the biggest humanitarian assistance to the maximum number of people. So people are surprised. They ask, how were you able to distribute 30,000 parcels in 3 months? We say, we trust in Allah. They don't understand this because we have a history dating back to the Ottoman state, and people are really expecting us. When they receive the aid, they show their love. They say the Turks are here, and I cannot describe this to you. And let me share another anecdote. As you know, when our budget is limited, the Yemeni officials started saying, you can just promise some aid in some region, but you don't have to actually do that, because when the Turks make a plan to deliver aid in a region, the United Arab Emirates actually go there and try to deliver aid before Turkey. And when we saw the women, the children, the vulnerable groups, we understood that more attention should be paid to this region and more humanitarian aid should be delivered to this region. And in terms of development aid, TICA, as the panelist mentioned earlier, should have access to a path to implement their project. The Red Crescent, TICA, or AFAD should coordinate their actions so that they don't repeat the same projects. So I think this way we can make progress very quickly. And recently we sent aid to Yemen via TICA because they weren't let us in, but there were some donations and there was the approval from TICA, and thankfully TICA is implementing some projects in Yemen on behalf of us, because in 6 months we have made 7 applications and they don't let us. They insist on not letting us in. But hope, inshallah, we will not give up Yemen. I would like to thank everyone who organized this international conference. I know this from 2003. There were no studies. I was looking for them to understand whether we can do this in Yemen, and I couldn't find any. But now I see this organization and it's really happy for me. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you very much, Burhan Bey. Really, thank you very much for your first-hand assessment of the situation, and it's really impressive. And as you mentioned, Palestine, Bosnia, and Yemen are at the top of our list of heartfelt lands. And as you know, our president says the world is bigger than 5, and Turkey has made significant efforts in that direction. And these successful activities will give strength to this discourse, and it will also be reflected on different countries. We witnessed that. And the next panelist will take the floor. The International Operations and Programs Director of the Red Crescent, Alper Uluca, the floor is yours. The first 2 panelists used the time very efficiently. Thank you very much. Please go ahead.
Ben de yine zaman kısıtına riayet ederek.
Hopefully, I will comply with the time restriction. We love listening to you. We have you hold regular meetings, but sometimes it is not that easy to accomplish this with the academics. Dear Chair, I'm Alper Uluca. I'm the International and Operational Activities Director of TRC. Let me briefly talk about, we have an activity, a presentation on the TRC's international programs and activities in Yemen. Hopefully you can see it on the screen. Yes, it's quite nice. Of course, Yemen, as you have discussed, it is one of the leading locations of the geography of our hearts. Unfortunately, across the world, it is one of the geographies that needs the biggest humanitarian aid, and the crisis is deeply felt. And unfortunately, in the international arena, Yemen is referred to in a restricted way, briefly, both in the Gulf area and other Muslim geographies. This is a brief criticism, actually. The necessary importance is not given to Yemen, but thankfully, TIKA and AFAD and the distinguished NGOs, as Turkey, we will not, to the best of our activities, we will continue working in Yemen. And let me summarize our activities. We opened our activities in 2010, but there was a flood in 1996. We provide cash assistance, and between 2008 and 2008, we have continued our singular activities. In 2016, we had a shipment that was sent there by sea. And it was mostly flour, sugar, health supplies, and humanitarian aid supplies. It was about 5,000 tons. Various humanitarian aid supplies were shipped to Yemen. And then in the year 2017, as I said, in Aden, we have created our office and we have made our activities permanent there. Right after that, in 2017, there was another shipment by sea. It's called Blue Ferry. The slogan was the ship for good deeds is on the way to Yemen. And TRC provided assistance corresponding to $8.7 million. Let me show the photograph of the ship. And then every year we continued with our regular activities. In 2018, we handed out, we gave a personal hygiene training project and we handed out hygiene sets. And we sent 6,350 food boxes and we gave a first aid training. We helped women in need. In 2019, along with other NGOs, we gave food supplies corresponding to over $1 million. We gave handed out clothes in orphanages, and we have repaired the patient elevator of the Al Sadaka Hospital in Aden. Last year, we have worked, we have handed out over 23,000 food packages. We have constructed, renovated, and repaired the gastroenterology and hepatology department for $250. You know, gastroenterology diseases are chronic with the Yemenis. That's why we offered those aids. And the COVID-19 pandemic was on top of the humanitarian crisis that was experienced there. We gave training courses for the nurses. We gave them protective disposable aprons and uniforms and masks and goggles. And in 2017, TRC had various delegations, including Yemen, during the months of Ramadan and Al-Adha we have given out food packages. 1,114 large ruminants were slaughtered for our Yemeni brethren. And in Yemen, food, shelter, and health were the three main items. And we have provided humanitarian aid corresponding to 29 million Turkish liras up until now. As my dear colleague from AFAD said, we are grateful to Tika Aden Yemen office as always, and we don't have an embassy there. So Abdullah makes the presence and support of our state felt there in the warmest manner. At the end of 2 years, one of our colleagues was attacked, unfortunately, and his medical evacuation as well as the continuation of the activities there. It's the local staff that are doing what he used to be doing. So as of that date, we have submitted our permits for re-entry, but because of the reasons mentioned above, before, we expect to return, but through TICA, even if it's on a small scale, they are helping us continue, and we're grateful to them. So this is how I have summarized our activities real fast. Thank you very much indeed. I believe that in the Q&A session, our speeches will be shaped and formed. So without further ado, after listening to other speakers, we will move on to the questions. The last speaker and the last speaker of the symposium, Turkey Marif Foundation Regional Department Head, Mr. Ramazan. We didn't have the chance to say welcome to you, Ramadan. Welcome, dear sir. And AFAD and Kızılay and TİKA activities and your activities are different from each other because you're showing activities as education, and you have organized real fast, and you're giving training courses, and we would like to listen to what your activities about Yemen. Thank you very much, dear sir. I had connection problems. Can you hear me fine? The interpreter note he's inaudible and he's not comprehensible. Can you hear me better? Yes, we can hear you better now. As you know, Turkey Marif Foundation doesn't have active activities in Yemen, and Turkey Marif Foundation carries out education activities across Turkey, and there are certain goals and plans that we intend to do in Yemen, and I will try to explain those. And I hope I don't exceed my time. As you know, the Turkey Marif Foundation was founded in 2016 with the Turkish Grand National Assembly with the law 6121, and the Turkish Marif Foundation and the Ministry of National Education was authorized and permitted to open education authorities and institutions overseas. And at the end of 5 years, we have had 357 institutions and 41 dormitories in 44 countries with 42,000 students that are being educated there. And as we're carrying out educational activities, it's not about education activities only, but we are trying to enhance the education quality of the relevant countries, and we are carrying out research and development activities in order to contribute to the education communities with conferences, symposium, and workshops, and our target is to contribute to them. And with the help of NGOs, universities, and academic institutions, we are actively communicating for education, and the universities in Turkey are also covered, and about 80 We have signed collaboration agreements with about 80 countries, and we're contributing to the education activities of the countries where we are carrying out activities with their support, and also in the countries where we carry out activities. We have protocols, host country protocols and MOUs and collaboration agreements with the Ministry of National Education in those countries. And this is how we start the activities there. And within this scope, we have completed the 5 years since our inception, and with the support and contribution of the state from the USA to Venezuela to Australia, we have opened educational institutions in 44 countries, and our intention is to go to reach vaster geographies and vaster activities, and we're working towards this. And we have certain countries where we do. Oman, Mongolia, Indonesia, Uzbekistan, Japan, Kenya, Ghana are countries where we don't have formal education activities, but we have bilateral agreements and protocols through which we are helping the universities and educational efforts of those countries. And the Mari Foundation is an NGO, it's a public foundation, and we're intending to use the joint know-how and the ancient tradition and history, and we're trying to raise good people, and we want to be a leading entity and with our education activities, we want to raise individuals who have completed their modern education and fully equipped people. And in addition to having competitive edge, we want them to serve their own nations and countries first so that they can bring added value for the host country to support added value for their own country, and particularly in developing countries, education services and social sciences and technologically equipped people and people who speak Turkish and international languages, but still they are attached to their own cultural ties and historical ties. So in developing countries, well-educated people's brain drain is to be prevented, and developed and educated people are to stay in their own countries and to contribute to the development of their own countries. And of course, the Turkish Marif Foundation, as you know, offers a full-fledged set of services, formal education activities from preschool to university, and this constitutes the main focal point of our activities. So when we want to carry out activities in one country, we start from preschool, and at K-12 level, we intend to open educational institutes. And at this stage, up until now, we have opened these educational institutions in 44 countries. In the countries where we carry out activities, there are special situations and which areas are needed, and the education requirements in those countries are to be identified first. And when we do that, we take into account the UN reports, UNICEF reports, international reports as the basis. And in this context, in the crisis zones, I would like to talk about UNICEF's 2001 report, as well as the Marif Foundation's activities in 2021 report of UNICEF. Particularly Afghanistan data indicates that 60%, 3.7 million students cannot access education. In Iraq, 3.2 million Iraqi children are far away from students, and particularly the Salatin and the Diyala cities, the children living there, 90% are deprived of formal education. So in Yemen, before the crisis and before the war that began in 2014, there were many children that couldn't access education, as you all know. So the war that started in 2014, as well as the COVID-19, these figures have increased significantly. And according to the UNICEF official data, right now, 5.8 million Yemeni students, 2.5 million of which are girls, are deprived of formal basic education. We work in Europe, Africa, America, Australia, and we are carrying out active education activities. And in the crisis zones, in Afghanistan, Iraq, Somalia, and Sudan, we are continuing our formal education activities. And in Afghanistan, we have 45 schools schools. In 2017, it was 587, and in 2018, it was over 1,000. But this year, the number of students is it has reached 5,850 students, and Iraq, in 12 schools in 2 cities, we're carrying out our education activities, and in Kirkuk, we carry out activities. And in 21-22 academic year, we intend to open our schools in Kirkuk as well. We had 525 students in 2018, and in 21 in Iran, we have reached 1,900 students. And in Somalia, currently we have 6 schools, and out of these schools, we have started our education activities in 2017. We had 662 students. In 2018, a little over 1,000. And in 2020, we have increase this to 1,050. And in Sudan, we've got 6 schools in 2 regions, in Khartoum and Riyala cities. In 2010, we started our activities. When we first started, we started with 1,300 students, and right now the capacity of it's fully booked, and we are continuing our education activities with 1,801 students. So between 2017 and 2021, Afghanistan, Iraq, Somalia, and Sudan, in 4 schools, we used to give 2,500 students services, and right now it's over 10,519. So we have quadrupled the number of students to Jawala, Kandar cities, in Sudan, in Somali, Mogadishu. In those schools, our education activities are continuing, and there's a detail. In these areas, girls who cannot access education, we're working on them in these crisis areas. The other students cannot access education, but girls cannot access education more, so they are out of school. So in those cities, we have activities particularly to draw girl students to school. And in Afghanistan's Akçe, Aliba Kahri Girl Campus, in Zanzibar of Tanzania, in Mali, in many crisis areas or in areas where students cannot go to school. In addition to boys, we are focusing on girls' education more. Within this context, our foundation's Yemen activities will now be discussed. Our first attempt started in 2017, and in 2017, we started with official correspondence, which continued until 2019. And in March 2019, a delegation visited Aden, the temporary capital city, and the deputy minister, prime minister, and the Minister of National Education were contacted, but because of the conflict that Yemen was going through, those meetings bore no fruit. And as the Turkey Marif Foundation, we are continuing our activities. We have made our plannings, and once there's a positive return from the Yemen authorities, and once the Yemen geography is available to provide formal education, we will provide activities in capital Sana'a, a temporary Aden capital, and the northern east part of Yemen. We will start carrying out formal education schools activities. We are ready and available to do that. And in order to give time for questions, I would like to complete my speech here. Thank you very much for listening to me. Ramazan, thank you very much. Indeed, we are proud of the activities of your authorities. Turkey is leading in humanitarian sense, and this is what we were leaning on. We see that Turkey is deserving its title as providing leading humanitarian aid. As academics, we're raising students, but we rather talk and write. Sometimes it makes us sad. We say we cannot touch them, we cannot be there, we cannot be on the field. But when we listen to you, this offers us consolation. We are touching there, we are present there, we have very valuable activities, which is going to gradually increase. We have quite a time left, and first, I would like to give the floor to our distinguished audience so that they can have the opportunity to ask questions. And if they want to contribute in any topic, please go ahead. The floor is yours.
Hasan Hocam, ben bir soru sorabilir miyim?
Buyurun lütfen İsmail Hocam. İsmail Hocam lütfen kendinizi
Hello,
tanıtın lütfen.
Hassan Hoca, may I ask a question? Of course, İsmail Bey, please introduce yourself. I'm from Marmara University Faculty of Theology and the head of the Department of History of Religions. And we have had collaborations with Hassan Hoca. And as you know, I was the moderator of one of the sessions yesterday, and I have been following all the sessions. I would like to thank all panelists for their contributions. And it has been very useful to listen to their presentations about Turkey's humanitarian activities in Yemen. My question is, in these activities in Yemen, particularly the activities of TICA and the Red Crescent, when we compare our activities with activities performed by European countries, how are we doing? Do they have an hinterland in Yemen? Is there a target population that they address? Could you give us some information about these topics? Thank you again for your presentation. Thank you very much for this important question. How should we do this? Would any of the panelists like to take this question? Bülent Bey, please. Of course, international donors are active in the region, particularly the UN agencies are operating in Yemen. In 2016, particularly to ensure the payment of committed aid, all international organizations are trying to deliver the aid that they have committed to Yemen, and Islamic countries such as Saudi Arabia have also efforts in this region. But as you know, some of these countries are parties to this conflict, and there has been some attrition in the efforts of these countries. And there is a different approach at the UN in terms of delivery of aid. So we are a little bit different, particularly the global aid efforts of TICA. And in the words of our president, this is the Turkish type development aid. So we are trying to address that need as a handful organizations. So we are trying to create a Turkish type of development aid. And there are basic characteristics of this aid. They have not been widely covered by academic studies yet, but the bureaucrats have this expectation from the academia to see this aid, to look at this aid from a conceptual framework in the academia. So we are transparent and accountable, and we are organizations that deliver aid that touch directly to the people. And I have summarized a few categories of our approaches, and we see its repercussions in the field. I have been working in the field for a very long time, and particularly in Palestine, in Al-Quds, in Gaza. And we have these are the regions that are seen as laboratories for international humanitarian organizations. And Burhan Bey shared his own field experience, and we have also witnessed what he told. And in these regions, people look at us with a different perspective. Our president has an understanding to help all people who are oppressed. And in many locations, things get easier when we mention the name of our president. And we also benefited from that. And this comes out of sincerity. We don't have a hidden agenda. We don't have a history of colonialism. This is what makes us different. And we want to continue this historical account, and we want to make it more systematic. And to do that, we act on the basis of our institutional legislation. Very briefly, I would like to say that these are the main differences of TİKA and other Turkish organizations from Western organizations. Thank you very much, Bülent Bey. And the other panelists, would you like to comment on this? Burhan Bey, please. Here, in our aid efforts, we don't discriminate people in terms of religion, language, ethnic origin, or tribal affiliations. Our president's approach guides us in our efforts. And I would like to share another anecdote. We made an appointment to participate in a meeting held by a UN agency, and it took 27 minutes for us to pass the whole security procedures and go into the meeting room. And many foreign civil society organizations, we met with them during an iftar organization during Ramadan, and we asked them, people asked us how we can go out in the evenings and walk around, because they try to work with local team members to deliver the aid. I don't know, I have never seen the actual members of the organizations working in the field, but maybe because of our historical brotherhood, the Ottoman legacy, we can do that. They don't have it, because even for a meeting which has been scheduled, it takes us 27 minutes to go in. That's very important. And another important thing, as Bülent Bey said, reporting these aid efforts and including them in researches is very important. Our nation often believes when you help someone, your other hand shouldn't know about it. But Turkey is at the top of the list of biggest donors in the world, but we cannot tell this to the world enough. When we look at the amount of aid we make in proportion to our GDP, we are above, well above the Western countries, and our expectation from the academics is to include these aid activities in your studies, in your publications. Thank you very much. That's duly noted. And in Turkish and English literature, many academics have been covering this. Turkey as a rising donor country, but that's not enough. You're right. I would like to respond to Ismail Hocam's question. And when we look at this, the Western organizations mainly focus in Sana in Yemen. This is what distinguishes us. In Aden region, there is only the Turkish Red Crescent and the Qatari Red Crescent. The International Red Cross Committee, German, Norway, Danish Red Cross, they're all based in Sana. So they are pursuing a political agenda when delivering this aid. So that's the fundamental difference of political motivation. This is what distinguishes us from those humanitarian organizations. By the way, I would like to add one more question. When we compare Turkey's humanitarian efforts with international humanitarian efforts, we academicians talk about this. We try to understand the Middle East, and we try to look at the different perspectives of different actors. We look at Turkey's perspectives, the Arab perspective, and the Persian perspective, Iranian perspective. So how can we compare these countries in terms of humanitarian efforts? How can we compare the understanding of Turkey, Arab countries, and Iran in terms of humanitarian efforts? Do they have any kind of cooperation? Bülent Bey, please. Maybe I can comment on that in a few words. Actually, in our own concept, I haven't seen a Persian understanding of humanitarian aid. They are using more of a hard power, following a different agenda. We know about those efforts, but we cannot evaluate those efforts. And the Arab countries, particularly the oil-rich countries in the Gulf, Saudi Arabia, United Arab Emirates, and Qatar, and also Egypt. Can we see them as donors? I haven't seen any contribution in the literature in that sense, but the Gulf countries, particularly the Arab countries, have significant support, particularly in the African countries, but they are based on priorities that are based on religious sects and other factors. So influencing the political structures and leading them towards specific political directions are also covered by the news articles in the printed media. We see this in Syria and in Egypt, in Palestine. There was a US-led plan which was called the Deal of the Century, and it was supported by the Gulf countries, Arab countries. It has become a distinctive issue, and particularly the Quds issue and other issues which were seen as the agenda of the Arab countries have been diverted to different directions. We have seen how this has developed, but I would like to say that these inconsistent approaches, which often focus on current interests, can only be understood if we understand their relationship with the problem of existence of these countries. So this Iranian model of humanitarian aid can be possible in that sense, but the Turkish model of humanitarian aid is a transparent effort, and it is not based on any kind of discrimination based on religion, language, or sects. So beyond the differences of sects, as you know, in Africa, there isn't a big Muslim population, or in Latin America, or in the Far East, where we don't have big Muslim populations, we still continue our operations. So that's the essence of our humanitarian efforts. That's the same in the Middle East. When we deliver aid in Iraq, of course, we have Turkomans in Iraq, but there are the Shiite Turkomans and Sunni Turkomans, and there are also other ethnic divides, such as Kurdish, Arab, and other ethnic origins. So it's like a mosaic. And it is one of our main areas of activity. There are the Druze and other sects living in this region. So the humanitarian efforts of TİKA and other Turkish organizations have a significant prestige, particularly for the people of Yemen. Other panelists said they have difficulties in accessing some regions or in getting permissions. That's often related to the attitude of the government, but the people always keep their doors open to Turkey. That's only because Turkey is following an open and transparent humanitarian effort that is not based on a hidden agenda and that is only focused to revive historical ties. That's my contribution. Thank you very much for your valuable contributions. We know that cooperating in military and political issues may not be easy, but Islamic countries could act together in humanitarian efforts. It would also set a model for cooperation in other areas. For our academics and our participants, this can be a potential subject of research. For example, a cooperation in humanitarian efforts, could that set a model for cooperation in other areas? Can I say something if there is no other questions? Please go ahead. Thank you very much for the answers. Of course, even if we say there is no hidden agenda in the humanitarian efforts of Turkey, ultimately we have a political will when we go and deliver aid. But the difference is that we don't have any colonialist intentions in our efforts. So that's very important. This is one of the fundamentals of humanitarian aid. I'm also the manager of the research center on Jerusalem and about Jerusalem, El-Quds, and other regions. The European Red Cross and other organizations are also active. I have been following these organizations because of my area of research, and they always have academics with them when they go and deliver aid. There are 1 or 2 academicians in every team to participate in the humanitarian efforts while also analyzing the developments in that region. So do you also recruit academics like that? Do we need academics? We have reporters. If we have academics, they only focus on your... Well, I don't know if you're aware, but your microphone is on. I'm aware of that. A few days ago, we had a meeting on Al-Quds, and during the meeting, a hacker came and hacked our meeting, bombed our meeting. Okay, could you please keep it short when sharing your contributions? If you allow me, I can give an answer to this. Ismail Hoca said it very correctly. As I mentioned earlier, the Western Red Cross organizations often have a political perspective. Of course, as the staff of the Turkish Red Crescent, I have been working for this organization for 2005. I have been working in different regions for Turkey. Of course, we also have some important activities which serve to the existence of Turkey. But the important thing is that when we go there, we solely focus on humanitarian efforts, and we always follow the humanitarian ethical principles. And the International Red Cross organization, which receives significant support from governments, almost 80% of the budget of the Red Cross comes from those 5 countries. Just like the president said, the world is greater than 5. Those 5 countries are supporting the Red Cross. Plus, we can go one step beyond being academics, and we can say that these Red Cross organizations are also conducting some intelligence activities in addition to their humanitarian efforts. Your suggestion is good. I think that would be very helpful for our organization. And we all agree that our activities are not known enough in the world. We can do this in 2 ways. The first one is public diplomacy. Our president and the communications office of the president, Fahrettin Altun, have really accelerated this process. But just as Ismail Hoca said, we need research centers and think tanks. And we should have more academics working with us on the field so that they can analyze these activities and turn them into documentation. Hopefully, we will be able to do that.
Thank you very much, Professor Alper, for your contribution. Hasan, Professor, thank you. You know, without academic contribution, the activities are not permanent. So I will pretend to not have heard what I heard. It's not nice. You know, if Turkey regards its academics this way, you know, sorry, you know, it's the academics that are holding these symposia. It's important, and thank you. Thank you. To be frank, does anyone want to take the floor from our audience members? And if not, yes, Halil. Selamünaleyküm, Professor Hasan. Yes, sir. Now, in Yemen, when we talk about humanitarian aid, when I talked to an NGO representative, he said that most of the aids that are sent from Turkey are being handed over to local NGOs in the ports there. They are being distributed from them, and we cannot enter Yemen, they said. So how about TICA and other organizations, representatives, what would they say about this? Thank you. Yes, sir. To be frank, we had raised that issue, particularly the aids that are received there or NGO entry requests are somehow and in one way prevented, unfortunately. Even though we're an official state body, it was quite difficult for us to enter. You know, we had two teams of 3 months and 6 months, and we want to enter again, and we're experiencing challenges. The Turkish Red Crescent is experiencing the same problem. TICA, Abdullah can enter because he has a special agreement, because he's acting like an ambassador, but both TICA personnel and TRC personnel help us convey the aids. And in order to enter the country, I know TRC is working on this, we are working on this, and TICA is maintaining its contacts, but the government that is supposed to be in Aden, they cannot come. And because they cannot come, they cannot issue you the permit. So you cannot find an addressee beforehand. The local NGOs would go by land and they were able to enter somehow, but then they learned about those entries and they have blocked those entries as well. So right now, there are a few strong NGOs there, and we know that they are sending many aids. And at the end of the day, they are giving a protocol or they are distributing the aids through them. So, you know, TRC knows about it, TICA knows about it, and we are sending aids through the right NGOs. They are definitely reaching the targets through TRC and TICA, but as state bodies, we are experiencing it. Even the TRC, the Red Crescent, is experiencing it. Burhan, thank you. Other representatives, would you like to add anything to this answer? Professor Hassan, I can say there are many activities where which are being carried out under the coordination of TICA. So as much as possible, we're trying to hand out those aids. We are trying to reach the beneficiaries directly. When I was submitting you the activities of our entity, like I have shown in our photograph, we are directly conveying them to the hands of the beneficiaries. So we are sensitive in terms of conveying them, but there are certain points where we cannot reach them. So in Yemen, just like Professor Burhan said, there are strong NGOs like Islah, and there are some other NGOs that are their extensions. So we're trying to send supplies to remote areas through them. And let me tell you something on behalf of my entity. You know, Mr. Abdullah, our Turkish staff member, and the local staff members, we are conducting projects based on the demands and requests. So we can talk to the counterparts, we can examine and check whether there is a need indeed. And I believe NGOs have identified this, so it could be the case for them. But as TICA, as well as the partners that we're working, you know, TRC and AFAD, we are on the field and we are directly reaching the beneficiaries. Thank you very much. If there are no, yes, Ms. Nejat. Thank you very much, everyone. I will be speaking in Arabic. In terms of conveying it to the Yemeni people, I have worked with many NGOs, a Yemeni national. What I believe is that, and this is a recommendation to everyone, to TICA and the Yemen and to AFAD and to TRC. What I want to tell you is the Yemeni people have a different structure in terms of we need to do something else. Not all NGOs are reliable. You shouldn't trust them all when it comes to the local public. Because I'm talking about the Yemeni NGOs. I'm talking about the ones that are working on the field. Because there are many question marks about them. And we need to have many mechanisms so that these supports can be sent to the Yemeni people. We need to open different channels. We need to be in contact with the tribe leaders there, as well as the people of influence, the influential people in the community. So in addition to okay, there is a conduit through the NGOs, but also with reliable and effective and influential individuals. Because, you know, not everywhere you have the representatives of the countries, and there are 3 governments, and every government is trying to keep the region under control. So every region is trying to block the aids from going to the other region. So the Turkish government's services should be sent to all the Yemeni people in all the regions, because the real target is not political. And we said there are no hidden agendas, like you said. So in order to convey the aids there, you need to trigger or activate all the mechanisms, all the conduits, so that the entire community can receive it. The Marif Foundation, I believe the most important service that it can offer in Yemen would be education for girls. Through the education institutions, and to provide education support, because as you know, literacy percentage is very low in women, and schooling is very low among girls, particularly in rural areas. Maybe some people can offer services in cities, but this is a huge shortcoming in cities. I wanted to make this intervention, and I'm grateful to you for all your activities. Thank you, Ms. Najat. This is an assessment from the inside, so our distinguished representatives should notice this. Does anyone like to take the floor? I would like to thank Ms. Najat for her contribution. As someone who is from the inside, she has drawn attention to an issue that we are in agreement. Yemen is a different country, particularly with its tribal structure. So it doesn't have all the well-established institutions that we're used to. You know, the infrastructure and the bureaucratic state structure can reach everywhere. So with tribal leaders, you need to cooperate with the tribal leaders and reliable partners. And our presence in the field is to make this possible. With the supports that we extend to other entities is done through reliable tribe leaders and other NGOs. And this is a requirement of our foreign policy. We are working with the ministries and official entities that are operating under the legitimate government. So to the best of our ability, we are working there, but this cannot be regarded in any other way. So I'm grateful to Ms. Nejat for her explanations that supported us. We will continue providing our assistance and aid, particularly the education of girls and women. She shared her thoughts about girls' education. I think Ramazan will say something about this. Ms. Nejat's question and comments, I would like to thank them. As the Turkish Marif Foundation, how we operate in the field is a little different than TİKA, AFAD, and the TRC, because the other entities are working on certain short-term activities, but we give education activities without a partner on the field. It is through the Marif Foundation and with the education institutions sent from Turkey and personnel sent from Turkey. We're careful about this in other countries, but unfortunately, the political instability is continuing in Yemen, so we cannot find any backgrounds for long-term educational activities there. That's why we didn't do anything, but our hope is that Yemen will be on stable ground soon. So once there is political stability there, just like we did in other countries, in cooperation with the legitimate government of Yemen, getting the necessary approvals, permits, and licenses, we will reach our hand to those people that are more in need of help. For instance, like we did in Tanzania, in Afghanistan, we are helping the disadvantaged girls and we are giving them extra priorities and privileges. So once Yemen is on stable grounds, our educational activities will be taken into attention. We have noted whatever Ms. Nejat said. Thank you, Ramazan. I wish you success. I wish all the entities success. So this is the summary with your permission. We talked about 3 topics. One is we are proud of Turkey's activities, and Turkey is a leading exemplary model, and Turkey has accomplished being this. We were successful, and the speakers' speeches confirmed this, which makes us very happy. The second issue is that in the countries of the activities, the dynamics of the countries are noted with the right contacts, both at the regional and other global scale. Assistance organizations, you know, the efforts are important for communicating and contacting them, and more importantly, the activities of the institutions and the relations of the academia, the academic circles, and the academics focusing on this is also important, and the NGOs, humanitarian aid organizations' activities, and the academic communities' contacts, communication should be increased, and it is important that they can work together. Thank you very much, dear attendees. Indeed, it was very valuable, and we have listened to the distinguished representatives of humanitarian aid institutions. You have graced our symposium. We are grateful, and I would like to thank the dear attendees as well. So we have completed our Yemen symposium, inshallah. I hope you had all benefited. All the speeches are recorded, and maybe The number of the listeners is few right now, but because it is recorded, many people will be listening to this, and we will have valuable conclusions. Thank you, everyone, and thank you for your thoughts. Thank you for your speeches, and Godspeed. See you in subsequent activities. Thank you, Professor Hassan. Thank you for your moderation, and we would like to thank all the attendees. Thank you very much. Thank you, Professor. We would like to thank everyone who strived for this organization.